Hello, everybody, and welcome to a very special edition of TCH Live 5/10/25 here at TCH Live Monday night. I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy, Aaron, hanging out with you once again, and we have one hell of a banger of a lineup here tonight. Super producer Carolyn joining me here in the booth once again. How are you doing tonight?
Excellent.
Excellent, excellent.
Living
Good to
the
hear.
dream.
As we both are. And some of these players tonight going to be trying to live the dream of accumulating a whole lot of money, because I can tell you right now the chips are going to be moving tonight.
Oh, yeah.
So we've got a very special couple of guests here this afternoon, evening, whatever it is, wherever you are. We got some familiar faces, and it's just going to be one hell of a good time. So we're going to start things off here. KJ in the box, going to go ahead and drag in $25 a person for a single board PLO bomb pot.
Yeah, man. No doubt.
Of course, we've got, check out the chat here. We got Jedi Master Ted, Captain Underpairs, Roger Garrison. What's going on, everybody? Mike Parkus, Skullbone. What's up, y'all? Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Off 118 as well. Good to see you guys, and we'll keep an eye out for all of our other fantastic listeners and hanger-outers. All right. Let's take a board here. Queen 3 deuce, couple of clurbs.
We got this. This is the first time I'm seeing this new
The new lineup, or the new
graphics.
Yeah.
I am feeling it.
Yeah, I saw this the other night on the Dallas stream.
I saw it on Dallas, but this is the first time I'm seeing it for this from this perspective. I like it a lot.
I like the contrast. I think the contrast in
Yes.
this is significantly better than...
It's easier to see. The numbers are all equivalent. I love it. I'm happy.
That little dot that runs up and down in the middle of the split screen.
There is a little light that's going back on people's names, but that's okay. That's okay.
Well, that draws your attention to whose turn it is, which is good, whereas the one that was just sort of randomly bouncing up and down in the middle. Okay, Queen 3 deuce again. We've got the two clubs out there. We have three players looking for a turn. DQ with an overpair and a single club.
Just makes the set on the turn.
Sure does. Bones here has a wrap on top.
Did DQ look at his hand? Do we know?
Unclear, but no more chips went in the pot on that turn. And DQ is going to reach for chips now, so he seems to know that he's got top boat.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody else has anything even remotely close. So
glad I got to say this.
Yeah, folds, and Bones gets out of the way as well. Taking a look there at the chip counts, it's a little bit of a smaller graphic, but Big Daddy Chaz sitting on the big stack 10K. DQ moves on up to 5.6K, and several other players buying in for 5 and on down.
Yeah.
Below.
It's like the average is just about 5.
Got away from me.
Oh, we should gamble.
Nasty one.
All right, let's get things started.
If you haven't gambled yet, you should do that too.
Yeah.
It's just not the same
Also,
as the first one. Just like
if you haven't hit the like button,
yeah, it was enjoyable. I liked
Helps
it.
us out. Hit that like button. Please do also make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. That's how you yourself can absorb all sorts of amazing TCH Live loyalty points and then use them for fun things like set gambling.
I've only casually seen the previous ones. 60. Heavy handed. Felt like they were just telling
oh, maybe there's Aaron.
the point of the movement. And then they talked
Oh,
about
Seth is trying to get side action on this gamble right now. Yeah, that's fine. All right.
All right, DQ here limping under the gun, Jack 10 offsuit. Jeremy will make the raise from +1. Both Caitlin and DQ going to make the call on 3 ways to a flop we go. 195 in the middle. Ace high board, couple of spades out here. All 3 players control 1 spade.
No, I just remember Caitlin at Rounders.
Jeremy still with the best hand and the pre-flop lead. Let's see if he wants to stab at this. It's kind of tough when you have a hand like sixes, because it's sort of like you bet and everybody folds because they just don't have anything, and that's like, yay. And then like anytime someone calls, you just know that like you're just done. You know, like it's just a very rare day when sixes will somehow still win the pot, even if your opponent does just have a flush draw. It's just going to be really hard to win with sixes, but he bets and everybody folds, so fist pump win. Take it down.
All right. I'm gambling.
6 days, so we put dog hair on this weekend duty so that like she could help out. I'm gone,
Do you have a
so that I can score points.
cumulative winnings at some point?
Dude, yeah.
Okay, it's coming up in about 4 hands for those who've requested it.
She's like super.
I rolled a 12.
I'm going to try to beat that.
God.
I think I can. I think I can. Wait for it. Not low? Are you kidding me?
Wait, did you have side action with Aaron too? Oh, okay. I broke even. I'm happy.
Lord, that was absolutely awful.
That was amazing. That was amazing.
Well, wait, where's Seth?
rolled
Oh,
a
he
32.
went way before us. Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, he just went for it while we were still kind of discussing. All
All right, back to poker because we have JWin and Chase here with ace-king offsuit. Raised to 75 here from JWin from +1. Chase next to act just makes the call. Playing this one as a tricky trappy flat. Waiting to see if somebody else maybe went for a 3-bet and then could go for a back raise is my guess. But now we're going checky on both flop and turn.
Interesting.
Uneventful run out here. I think JWin could actually go for a little bit of value there.
Yeah.
Check on 2.
That was not the way I would have expected that hand to play out.
I mean, but you are sort of barking up a tree where your opponent is just going to show up with like 3s and 4s a ton, and then you sort of value own yourself. So I guess it'd be 4s or 5s or whatever. I mean, so I don't hate it, but I also think that there can be worse aces like ace, queen, ace, jack, that are going to be there that are going to be like, what do you have? I'm going to call, a small bet there. But in any case, we just check down to the end, chop it up. Next hand. All right, so wow, Chuck C also rolled a 1. Oh, there's a lot of freaking ones coming out.
You're being very mean today.
Back-to-back ones, by the way. That was back-to-back ones. I feel your pain, Chuck C. Hang in there, buddy. We will persevere. All right, back to pokering. Chase here, 6-3. Suited.
That's the J-Stack special.
Yep.
DQ also gonna limp it. Queen 6 suited. Jeremy. And we're gonna see a flop.
Yeah, 4 ways here, as this is going to be a limp pot. So it looks like the straddles are sort of changing. We haven't agreed to a 25 mandatory. Is that correct?
100%.
Okay. No mandatory 25. So we've seen a 20, a 25. We saw a no straddle. So okay. So I was under the impression that we had the 25 on tonight, but we do not. All right. Pretty meaningless little deuce of hearts here on the
Queen
turn.
6, from what we can tell, is good. It is indeed good. DQ gonna bet at it. And pick it up.
I mean, she needs to at least tell you what's going on.
Taking a look back here in the chat, we've got some new folks joining us. Top Ace, Pez, Graham, Joshua, Chris Jack. What's going on, guys? Corey, how you guys doing? Welcome to the stream. We've got Michael up in here as well. Chuck C, of course. Donnie. Yo, what's up, party people? Yeah, so we'll be looking for a lot of chips to go in the middle here before too long. I mean, this is the kind of lineup where just like super exciting things happen. You just kind of need to get people warmed up a little bit, maybe some beverages flowing, and then some good hands. Put those cards in these people's mitts, and they're gonna fire it in there. That's for sure.
You gotta feel it out a little first, though, so I understand.
Yeah. Also, perhaps, I mean, it's just sort of curious to watch Chase just flat with the ace-king there, but this is also sort of a challenging lineup from certain spots at the table, right? Like where Chase is, going to try to get a little bit tricky trappy with his big hands, as well as sort of 3-betting them, which would be the more sort of standard play. Caitlin here going to make the raise.
Yeah, it was a double straddle to 75.
Free money. I mean,
Yeah.
not free. She worked hard for that, but does take down the pot. Adds 110 to the stack with no resistance. Yeah is new to me.
Yeah, never seen him before.
Okay.
I hope someone ID'd him when he got here and made sure that he is indeed old enough to play poker. I'm going to trust that we did our due diligence.
I'm sure that's true.
He also is not afraid to put chips in the middle. Apparently, because he is now doing. He's pulling a chase. He's gonna just go with the straight up straddle to 75. We haven't made the straddle mandatory yet, so the 25 is, or the straddle can be any amount from 20 to whatever you want.
Yeah, 75 the number we settled on here, and I would love to see the 5, 10, 75 stick.
5, 10, 75?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean, sure. We came to gamble tonight. Let's go.
That's right. Let's see here. We've got Big Daddy Chaz opening from early position here. Mystery hand at the moment. Yeah, not going to release the ace deuce. Needs to defend his 75 little babies out there. Flop top pair, no kicker. Natural check over to the pre-flop aggressor. Big Daddy Chaz has a mandatory continue with pretty much his entire range. Find a few hands that might decide to check here, but not very many. In fact, with the diamonds on board, I'd say pretty much never. Yeah goes for a very small re-raise,
So
which
you three are the rounders home base.
I mean, you can go two ways with it, right? Like you can either play that just as a flat call, let your opponent keep bluffing if they are, and sort of keep the pot more manageable if
So
they do have you out kicked.
it's not y'all three?
But yeah, I like the
Or
small
down from
min
San
raise,
Antonio?
sort of check
Okay,
raise
okay.
as well. And I've seen more people doing that, sort of define their opponent's hand, and it's curious, but it's interesting and I like it.
Yeah,
So
I think
you're only running it once
it's a
tonight?
thing, you know?
Graham Shatter dropping us a 569 super chat. Says, let's see 500 likes.
Let's
Dude,
go.
hell yeah, man. Thanks
If you
a lot.
haven't hit the like button, please do that. It does help.
I already shook hands with the like button.
As did I.
It's been, no matter how far ahead I am, I just want to run it twice.
Big Daddy Chaz here, early position. In fact, first act. Going to go ahead and raise this up. King 9 suited. This is typically going to be the cutoff of actually an opening hand. But Big
And
Daddy
Caitlin
Chaz
going
is
to
happy
defend
with
with
it.
King Deuce. Let's go.
It's totally different on a live stream than in a regular cash game. But in a live stream, everybody's watching. They want somebody to lose. Like they're rooting for
Ace
someone.
high board here, rainbow flop.
They want somebody to lose. You know, so this thing all started like
Chops don't make for good highlights.
Yeah, I don't need I don't need table audio.
double board and 100. And then I started this whole thing where I was
Check bet and a fold. So yeah, so we're working on getting the sound in our headsets all sorted out. So please do let us know in the chat if anything has changed on your end in terms of audio, and of course always do let us know if something's amiss, if you see something that should be addressed. So appreciate you.
What you starting with? Like 25.
Anybody who's looking to play this game, don't forget to get your name on the list by clicking the link in the description, filling out the form, and someone's going to get back to you.
Yeah, we're always looking to have new faces here on the stream.
Yeah.
We're always happy to see people from the chat streams coming on down to play as well. So very much would love to have you.
Only 33% of my hands.
I just feel like someone got.
I think we have a triple straddle to 100 right now. What do we miss? Something else.
This may have been a misdeal, but no one caught it, and so we are just going to continue. In any case, it looked to me as though the under the gun player, or sorry, the small blind player received the last card.
Yo, I told you.
In any case, Bones is going to go ahead and make an open here, and DQ is going to fold.
Were you suited there?
It was a replacement
Oh,
card.
the flip card. That makes sense.
I thought it was suited.
Everything makes sense.
I was like, I am pretty sure that yeah just got dealt the last card pre-flop, and that doesn't look right. In any case, we have Bones taking that pot lead right along. Bones just
Not yet,
checking
not yet.
through the chat here.
Chaz, you're really working on that Malibu sponsorship, huh?
Folks chatting about the Next Gen Poker live stream that was up the other night. That was fun to watch. Tuned in for a little bit of that.
Official Malibu.
Yeah,
Local Poker Pro.
they're always a good time. Very nice kids.
I love those guys.
$50,000 just to
Yeah, they're just a lot of fun to have at the table, and I have a particularly good time playing against Frankie because I don't know, he just like we have this like fun energy of like every hand is like, oh dude, like who's gonna win this one, you know? I love it. I love it. All right, Jeremy,
Got
we're gonna
Yaya getting in there with 6-4 offsuit. Let's go.
I got raise over here, and whatever I had.
Sure. I get it.
Whereas I thought it was a first, and I had a raise. It probably would have raised.
It's pretty good.
My card would play it like that.
6-4 offsuit, flopping the best of it.
Yeah, very favorite here.
You just called me.
Yeah, flopping second pair.
No, but I did.
I had a suited 6-3 that I
Certainly worthy
played.
of a continue here. Jeremy does bet 100, so half pot continue from him.
On the other hand, I had the pocket king 6-1.
Yeah, does play this one as a call. I think that is pretty much the only way to do that. Board gets a little bit scarier for a pair of sixes as a queen of hearts peels off here. And Jeremy picks up a gut shot to the nuts. I'd like to see him bet again. Also has the ace of hearts in case another heart comes. He's got a really good card sort of combination to bluff with. Going to continue for 250 here, 2/3 sizing. Sometimes you see people amp this up to 3/4 or even full pot, but he goes for the 2/3, still gets the job done. And I don't hate it. I mean, you sort of keep the pot sort of reasonable. You put a ton of pressure on bottom pair, second pair on the flop, right? You know, hands, or even, you know, just sort of like a middling pocket pair or whatever that is still going to be sort of third pair type folding. Put it in a lot of, you know, just sort of awkward positions on the river with that 2/3 on the turn. And then you've got, you know, all the options open to you there at the end. So don't mind it at all. Gets the job done, takes down the pot.
All right, here we go with another double straddle.
No, not yet.
It's 5-10, 25-50.
Jedi Master Ted here in the chat, dropping out a little, I don't know, in any case, but words are hard here.
A plug?
It says a plug
That's
for the
the
best
word you were
Chinese
searching
restaurant he's
for.
ever eaten at. Yeah, I was like, a compliment? What am I trying to think of?
Oh, we got
But,
Josh in
yeah.
the mix here, too. All right, let's go.
Ooh, Mosquito Josh.
This is quite the lineup, I will say. I am very much hoping to see some big hands, crazy action. And nobody, you know, everybody's happy to put chips in the middle right now. We got 8-5 offsuit, 10-6 suited. 10-6. Sixes are hot.
Yeah, pair of sixes going to be out in front here. Jeremy with a whole lot of not much. Backdoor
yeah.
opportunities, just about the only thing he's working with. Josh does put out a C-bet here with the 2 over cards, has no clubs or spades in his hand. Another club peels off on the turn. Checky, and a king here on the
Pair of
end.
sixes is good.
Yeah, check once again. DQ will just get to showdown with that pair of sixes and win the pot. But yeah, absolutely, man. Love the Xinglong, or however you pronounce it, right here next to TCH here in Austin. Fantastic Chinese food. I order from there regularly.
Oh, you
Probably could have bet bigger than that king and taken.
We'll do 20.
All right, 20. 20's
Go
on.
force.
Booty is on.
All right. Go force.
Squiroo here has a fantastic suggestion. Says that if you're in or around the Dallas, Texas area and you love poker, you can do your part by clicking the link It is pinned in the chat there.
Yes.
SaveDallasPoker.com.
The hearing is tomorrow. You can show up and show your support. You can send letters and emails still. You can call. All that information is there. Links to the Facebook group you can join. And you can obviously make your opinion and your thoughts on the matter known, regardless of whether or not you're in the Dallas area. But if you are there and you want to show up in person, that's going to have the most impact.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, we would love to have everybody supporting us, but yeah, particularly those folks in and around the Dallas area. Yeah, like Carolyn said, that will have the greatest impact on the powers that be that are going to be making the decision. Now, sort of regardless of what happens at the hearing tomorrow, you know, TCH Dallas is going to continue operating until this whole thing is finally settled. But of course, we would love to have a favorable result there. So you can also keep your sort of finger to the wind on the news. Search for TCH Dallas updates, things of that nature, and keep yourself up to date on all of the things that are happening. As we've got 6 ways to this flop. King 7 deuce, couple of hearts out here. JWin certainly has a pair of kings, and Bones working with queen high hearts. Everybody else out of the way, so it is whittled down to the players with a pair and a flush draw. Let's see what we get here on the turn. 5 of diamonds doesn't change the texture. JWin here, happy to check it back and get a free river card here, sort of keep the pot manageable. It's another king, but the king of diamonds brings in the backdoor diamond flush. Bones here with just queen high and the king pairing. This could actually give him some opportunities to take a stab at it, as it makes it more unlikely that his opponent actually has a king. Bones could have made a small bet here, made it look like he was value betting a 7, something like 300, but he decides to just shut it down. And JWin will take his showdown with king 9 here.
Correctly assessing that no matter what.
I mean, obviously King 9 is sort of the worst king that he's going to have here. Having the 9 of diamonds, though, I think is a pretty reasonable card to hold, to go for a bet and then you just call, right? Like, bet call whatever he's got if he does give you the raise. But no, interestingly played hand there.
I don't think that makes sense.
But that's the joy of watching sort of top-level players battle each other, is that because they're sort of like more of a, I don't know, and of course I'm not trying to say anything here, but there's like more of a standard way that hand would have been played in that position, right? As like, you go for value, right? These players are going to try to find tricky ways to sort of go off the beaten path in order to set the tone of like, yeah, you never know what I'm up to, against the players that generally would know what you're up to if you just sort of follow the standard line. So
sure, yeah,
in any case, you know, these players good enough to be giving each other the zig and the zag in unique spots. So maybe a little bit worried that Bones was trapping there and went for the check back.
That's what that says.
Dante here in the chat. What's going on, brother?
Hi,
Wants to know
Dante.
if that's Carolyn
Yes,
in the
it's Carolyn.
booth. It sure is.
How you doing today? Everybody having a good time? We had some very, how do I don't know. Not good. Bad hands. Real bad hands all the way around. Somehow we are seeing a flop.
Excuse me. JWin has the Gordon.
Well, I'm just saying, before we got to the button, which somehow 10-7 offsuit was like, I don't know, pretty good comparatively.
You mean the straddle. Yeah. No, I hear you.
No, well, no. Bones is on the button.
Sure.
Am I wrong?
No.
Okay, cool.
I just thought that was a pretty good hand. The King 5 of clubs, pretty good.
Yeah, but he was after him.
Yeah. I didn't understand what you were saying. I apologize.
Okay.
Bones here is going to go ahead and bet his top pair on the flop. JWin going to go for the check call with bottom pair. Middle card pairs, and this is a great spot for JWin, you know, sort of in theory, when it goes check now. However, the Queen of Spades, another overcard to the board. Bones, the pre-flop raiser, could go for a bet with some queens, but it's going to go check once again. JWin, of course, the happiest to get to showdown. Bones It doesn't get a ton of value from betting the 10 there as he chops with all the other 10s. Maybe a small bet, but you'd hate to get check raised. So that one sort of played itself.
I was that just to avoid Andrew's wrath.
All right, 409 of you fine folks hanging out with us here tonight. 63 likes on the counter. 42,000 subscribers to TCHLive Poker. If you yourself are not subscribed to the channel, I please encourage you to do so. Will help us out. Will help you be notified whenever we do go live here on TCH.
It makes it so you can gamble.
And
You can't gamble if you're not subscribed. So I mean,
that's right. To get those points, you got to be subscribed, and then you can have fun with the rest of us. Which,
we got a triple straddle. Looks like it's 100. I'm gonna assume that that is correct because he had 75 out there, which wasn't enough because 20, 40 had to be at least 80.
But then once presented with the option of like, oh, you need to put another 5 out there, he was like, no, let's make it 100. I like it.
He's like, I have limited red chips. I'm gonna use a black one instead.
Hell yeah, that's my jam right there. All right, what do we got going on here? Bones gonna go ahead and make the call here after Big Daddy Chaz opens to 300. JWin now in a very curious spot. King Jack suited.
From the big blind.
Yeah, I think he's gonna opt for the call here.
Nope. Wrong.
But he's not. He's gonna come in for the third bet. 1K. The way he reached for the chips sort of led me to believe that he was just going to go ahead and call.
Oh, the way he reached for the chips was the reason I knew he wasn't going to call.
Man.
Got paid more
Shit. You know JWin better than me?
Yeah.
Fine.
And he's just going to take it down.
Yeah.
Easy money.
Easy money indeed.
So long as you're willing to risk $1,000 to get that easy money. So.
He has one, you know, Peter. He's got one that looks like that.
Right.
Is yours magnetized?
No, it's not.
He's got one that's magnetized. And
So Aaron, we both were not here last week for the stream. Well, we didn't have. So how was your little vacation? Have a
It
nice
was
time?
fantastic. Yeah, went up to Denver, Colorado. Had a great time.
Yeah.
I went to this restaurant. It was a tiki bar.
Right.
Ooh.
But like a sort of upscale one, you know, like not like some dive where it smells like mold inside, but like
I liked that first. So.
no, like don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to shit on the moldy dive bar.
I mean, I'm not a big
Tiki
fan
bars.
of mold, but dive bars
Yeah.
and tiki bars in particular, and a tiki dive bar, that sounds like kind of.
Yeah. No, those are cool too, but this was like a really nice place where you had to
Okay,
get like a
okay.
reservation to go get dinner and stuff.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know. Raise a pinky to that one. But had these pork belly lettuce wraps that I mean, I would take a bite and then just like close my eyes and just like sit there, just like absorbing the flavor with
Wow.
my being. I'm telling you, this
All right,
was one of the
I'm
best
jealous
things I've
and
ever
now
had.
getting hungry. So.
Dude, pork belly
Thanks
is
a
just
lot.
a gift
Oh,
from
so
God.
good.
You know, it really is. All right, 3 players tangled up in this one as yeah.
I'm usually
go.
up there.
Gonna go ahead and put in a third bet here.
Right, Chaz?
I've decided that Yaya is either 19 or like 45.
That's yeah. Yeah.
He's one of those.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I think
Like
that's
that
right.
eight- when that 8 came, I was like, wish I had like an 8 rack or something. Like,
He just has really good skin.
so I can play the next game.
45.
850 here from yeah.
All in.
Josh
And
is gonna
Josh gonna
ship
give him
it.
the business. All in for
Jams,
2.1K.
2.1K.
Who's that?
Sensed something here.
Well, this
or
is-
just was never folding, I guess.
No, this is blind versus blind. So this actually makes a ton of sense. So a lot of people will look at this and be like, king queen offsuit. Like, how are you going to go all in over a 3-bet to 850? Like, you never have fold equity. And he may not have fold equity. Like, yeah, may just sort of like roll his eyes and make the call here because it is only 1.3K to call. Or sorry, I saw a graphic there for a second. It's all in for 2.4, so it's actually a little bit more than 1.5.
1.5.
But this is blind versus blind versus blind, right? So JWin opened, if I'm not mistaken. Josh calls. Yeah, 3 bets. JWin folds, and now Josh is like, look, my hand is just like, I don't know, too good to fold to this. Because yeah can be attacking the open and call from the blind.
Sure, yeah,
Josh
absolutely.
has 38% equity here. Is going to get called by yeah, who makes the correct call here, given the sort of
Yeah, where he seemed to have a
Shit he's got.
maybe a board read error.
Oh, ace high here. Oh, another queen though. And if we're running this one time,
Oh,
then
ouch.
Josh is just somehow going to win this. King, queen makes trip queens against
Yeah, and he rivers.
top and bottom pair.
Yeah,
course
yeah,
the queen's
has
playing.
2 pair. And
So pretty spicy hand right there.
yeah, I'm
as,
sure
we
when
just
he
rip it all in.
found out what he was up against, he was like, man, how do I lose this when the flop comes ace high?
Yeah, brilliant flop and terrible turn. Ethan Myers here, dropping us a $5 super chat, says wishing you all the best for tomorrow's council meeting. I'm sure things will be all right. Proud of y'all. Appreciate you very much. Thank you for those kind words. The $5 and yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that there's.
Checks on the stream.
I'm biased, obviously, but I think there is just no reason under the sun that
There's
poker
so many
should not be legal.
positive things that have come from the fact that that poker has been operating above board in Dallas since TCH Dallas opened. So I think it just is, there's the positives outweigh the negatives so much that I can't see many arguments that make sense to me as to why to shut it down. So we have no intention of shutting down regardless in Dallas. And here in Austin, we are definitely not shutting down and also have no issues with the city, which is fantastic.
Yeah,
The city of Austin has always been happy to just let us do our thing. So that's great.
5, 10, and 100. Here we go. Yeah, yeah. After losing that big pot, it's still happy to put out the gigantic straddle here. You love to see it. Nobody with much. DQ suited 9-3. It's not hearts, but it's good enough for a raise to 375.
Yeah.
This is what you love to see from DQ. Nobody else with enough to continue. Yeah, yeah. Waking up with the king deuce off. In the straddle, he's just gonna have to fold. And
Throw that black chip
That was one of the
DQ's
better
way.
that,
He shows the
that I've seen.
9-3 proudly. Says, I don't know, was this good? 9 high, good? 9 high, no kicker?
after that, I feel a little bit of kinship with DQ. You know, there's the 9-3 of hearts, the 9-3 of spades. You know, like 9-3, the 9 tris. It's got some real storied history here on TCH Live.
Absolutely. The 9-3 has made its presence known in many a hand in TCH history. Some big ones, some big bluffs, some bad calls that I can remember. We'll have to make a little compilation video of all the 9-3 hands that have come our way.
My wife deployed to Kuwait, so I remember that.
Snow Monkey joining us says, is Caitlin crushing souls yet? No, but she will be soon. I think she's played
She's in the
just a couple of hands.
straddle here, the 20, I believe. Chaz, I want to say that's a double straddle. DQ calling.
2 stacks.
Yep.
Is it all 50?
Queen deuce, or king deuce, sorry, making its way around the table. It looks like Jeremy just folded it. Chase is going to come along as well. Yeah. Getting some more chips to play with. I think he's going to make a little raisy daisy. Here we go. Is that 275, I think? Nope, 250. I like.
250.
Caitlin not going to come along for this one?
Now, Big Daddy Chaz here from the $50 straddle. King 10 of hearts. This is a raise from the big blind after some limping. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to go for a third bet.
Indeed.
Your hand is going to benefit from getting weak sort of to middling aces to fold. Also, King Jack definitely not going to love to want to make a call and play this one out of position. So hands that could go for a squeeze that are then going to be feel the re-squeeze. Ace 6 here solidly in that camp. See how yeah decides to play
Yeah,
this
but
one.
we saw him call it jam with ace 5 offsuit, so We'll see what happens.
Yeah, he was kind of priced into that one,
I
but
know.
this is, once again, blind versus blind, right? So, I mean, some people say, well, Chaz is straddle, whatever, but when you straddle, you basically become the new blind. So that is effectively blind
Oh,
versus
yeah,
blind.
absolutely.
And when the action comes around as it did, people limping, and then, presumably squeezing here, he can have a pretty wide range. But then Big Daddy Chaz attacks that. Has an opportunity to come back over the top, but does play this one as a call. And we're going to go heads up to a flop. King 5-4. Top pair for Chaz with a 10 kicker. And he's going to bet it. Goes for a quick check call. Ace high. A couple of backdoors. Picks up part of that backdoor.
Yeah.
Would have preferred to
Hearts,
see it.
the heart flush did come in, flush draw did come in as well. So now Chaz's hand is,
But I love this. He goes for the check back, and I think
Ooh.
this is actually perfect. Some people will say you just picked up equity if you were ever behind, whatever, like why wouldn't you bet again? And it's actually the perfect time to check back because your hand is just super strong, and you would prefer that your opponent find an opportunity to bet the river when you have as much equity as that you have.
Right,
Because you can either just call in position if it bricks out and your opponent bets, because you have top pair, and 10 kicker is sort of whatever. Or you can just have this happen, and your opponent will check to you with all sorts of hands that are going to be willing to call.
yeah.
And
And
you
the
just
thing
bet for
is
value
that
then.
Yaya is, I don't know if this is just straight Hollywooding or if he's really thinking about making the call here. But I think if Chaz had that turn, we'd at least maybe see a slightly different facial expression out of him.
Well, so, okay. I mean, there's a couple of things here. One is that the bet check bet line in certain streets is sort of the weakest line that a person can take. Of course, these players will recognize that the bet check bet line is perfect for value. In addition to that, I think Yaya's hand is just a little too weak to go bluff catching with. If you had ace queen, you could be maybe a little bit more inclined because you block king queen. I'm not exactly sure why the ace-6 is sort of hanging in his... I mean, I guess it's not his hand that's really hanging in his mind of like, this is a hand I should call with. He's going more for a read here as to whether or not Big Daddy Chaz actually can have anything. I mean, if we rewind to pre-flop, right, this was an open from Yaya. It was a squeeze size from the blind. Big Daddy Chaz puts in 3-bet. Yaya calls. It's a check bet, call, and then check check on the turn. The 3 of hearts really didn't change the texture that much, so like, why doesn't Chaz continue with his value hands, right? Yaya's trying to piece this all together.
Chaz is cracking up. Wow, Yaya thinks it's very hard.
Yeah, give him time to make all the bad decisions he wants.
The problem here for Yaya is that Big Daddy Chaz can have like pocket 10s with the 10 of hearts, check back the turn, and then when his opponent checks to him again on the river and has a heart blocker, like totally go for value, trying to target 9s, 8s, 7s, right? Like those hands could very conceivably open with a squeeze and then call a 3rd bet, right? Like 10s, jacks absolutely play it this way and are like just purely going for value, in addition to all of the kings that play it this way. There's maybe not a ton of kings, so yeah, I mean, this is just the right fold. Yaya was, trying to sort of put his cape on there and find a way that his opponent could have a bluff, but it's not enough of them. There's so many of those mediocre sort of middling
Shows the
hands,
10 of hearts,
which is fine.
yeah.
I mean, it's
And
either
the reality
pocket
is
10s,
that
king
we'll all
10,
know what
yeah.
it was.
It's a good card to show to kind of be
Yeah.
like, ooh, I might have had bullshit, but like,
But I mean, he still only has to beat ace high. So 10 of hearts there's so many possibilities that beat ace high there.
yeah, but so we can see the cards. We sort of can piece together the storyline from what we saw as the whole action unfolded. Sitting there, on the table, thousands of dollars in front of you, trying to decide if this guy can be full of shit. He's like laughing over there, right?
Right.
Like, and I don't know how much these players have played against each other. They know each other. Okay, so I wasn't sure. Is Yeah from San Antonio as well? Okay, so Yeah came to town from San Antonio. I did know that that was a possibility, and now it's
So,
confirmed.
if you have played enough against Chaz, then I guess that probably
Well, it ends some
explains the thought process a little bit more in terms of why you would be contemplating.
why you would think about it. Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I
these
think
players have
anybody who's
some
never
history.
played against him before isn't going to sit there and think about it in Hollywood.
Yeah, if I'm up against a total rando, I'm gonna be like, yeah, all right, you just win. I'll find a better spot, or
Yeah,
maybe later after I've
exactly.
seen you do some shit
That's
a few more
story,
times,
but
then
we're
I'll be like,
only-
oh man, maybe my ace high would have been good, but in that moment, yeah,
But 45 minutes into the game, having never played against you before, I mean, there's no way that I'm hero calling with ace high on that board.
let's fire off a gamble here, shall we? Got JWin here opening it up. No, wait, is this actually correct? I don't think Jeremy has cards. I think this
Jeremy did open.
Oh, he
I'm
did?
pretty
Okay.
sure. Or maybe it was JWin. I don't know.
I thought it was JWin, but I must be mistaken.
Is it time?
Yeah,
All
but
right.
let's deal with the let's deal with that after this.
Yeah, we're going to finish this handout.
Yeah, putting in 3 bets here. 500 to go now. This is off of an open to 175, right? You are. Jeremy did make the open 175, so this is a relatively small free bet, given the fact that there are 2 callers in here. Typically what you'll see when it's raised to something like 175 call, right? The pot has sort of ballooned up to the point where a third bet should be more to the tune of like 5x to
Right,
get
right.
a reasonable amount of fold equity. And either Jeremy has a really good hand or he's recognizing that this is sort of a weak 3-bet size. He's attacking it with a 4th bet up to 1.5K. And a quick call here
Snap.
from Yeah.
Yeah, so whatever read he thought he got, he may be...
Oh, it doesn't have to be read-oriented. We have no idea what
Right,
these
right.
players have. This could just be like a sort of cooler scenario, or they could both have ace-king here. But yeah, pot goes up to 3.4K. Jeremy, the effective stack, with a stack-to-pot ratio of just about 1. Ace-king, 9-8 offsuit for Yeah. Yeah has decided that he is going to throw caution to the wind.
Yeah, he
And-
lost one hand. I mean, what else are you going to do? You know? You lose one, then you have to just play every hand from then on out. Those are the rules.
Yeah. Well, stack-to-pot ratio is 1. Jeremy here is going to bet 1,100. I mean, this is exactly what aces and kings would do.
Oh, look at these chips. We were maybe wrong about how many chips he had in play.
Oh, but Yeah was the covering stack anyways.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. You're right. Just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, so Jeremy is going to make this look like he's just totally...
That's a great tip, Andrew. Good job.
Nice job.
Wait, that... is that...
Half the block game now.
I'm not exactly sure. He must have owed that to someone else at the table, unless he's tipping KJ 1,000. Oh,
Okay. It's not that 1,000 is not in play this hand. It will be in play next hand. He makes the call here.
Picks up a gut
5.
shot here on the turn, and Jeremy either has to just rip it for half pot and be like, I don't know, I hope you have nothing, or maybe my ace king's alive. But he checks back. He's still ahead with ace high, but
Ace
oh,
on the
he's
river,
gonna get all
yeah.
the sort of whatever value
If he was
information
worried
that he needed.
before, he feels fantastic now.
I think Yeah must have had designs on like, give me a pair, a 7, or some sort of bricky card, and I just rip it in his face and see what he does. But now that an ace has peeled, all of Jeremy's hands that were behind, that
Got
would have
there,
folded,
yeah.
have now caught up.
Loud enough to hear, but not
And Jeremy now just has slam dunk jam. Or you could bet 600. I mean, you know, your opponent goes for the check call, check on the turn, right? Like you could go for 600 or 800 or whatever if you just want to try to induce a crying call from a hand that just knows it's beat, but a jam would give him enough sort of leeway to fold.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe a smaller bet. No, I just yeah. Maybe a smaller bet would induce Yaya to just rip it over the top, and then Jeremy could gladly call. But that's not the case. Jeremy's gonna take this down. Interesting hand for sure.
I don't know if I would have sustained.
Yeah,
That's
that
all
one.
I got to say.
I mean, that hand right there was more of what I expected here tonight. And there it is. We've
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
And we're
Yeah,
going
let's
to keep that
go.
shit rolling. I can guarantee you that.
Aubrey Sharp asking how to bet with the points. Just exclamation point gamble, and then the number of points you'd like to gamble. You do have to have at least 10 points.
Speaking of which,
Yes, it is that time.
and you won the last one, so you decide the order. Seth already won.
I'm going to wait to see what Seth
Checks
got.
on live stream.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I need to see that. I will go first.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do them off. I just hate that it's a single.
For anybody wondering, Seth is playing against Carolyn. I am playing against Carolyn.
For sure, see a flop.
All right, 63. I lost to Seth. Let's
Yeah.
see.
So it was
Those are two pretty good rolls, so we'll see if I can't get a rebate from Aaron.
Yeah.
Yes?
You got me.
Have the pleasure of showing Chase just how bad the hand is.
Take my money.
Yes, I will. Producer Kristen ordered something. She's sitting on the other side eating something to eat. It smells amazing, and I might have to order some food.
Speaking of eating,
It's really good.
I have switched to a low-carb diet
I've
as
been
of
doing
a
that
week
for a
ago.
very long time.
And it is fantastic.
Isn't
So I've
it?
done it once before, and I did it very poorly, and I'm going to tell more details here in a moment because I think it's interesting. Y'all may think it's stupid, but we also have a poker hand going, which is raised to
So no more Taco Bell?
75. Raised to 75. We'll come back to that. Raised to 75. 3-bet to 225 and 2 calls. So we are going to go 3 ways to a flop. Chase the only scanned hand here with a couple of trays. 10 high board, couple of clubs. Yeah, the 3-better pre-flop is cutting out betting chips. Goes for a little under 1/3 pot, or sorry, under half pot.
I'm not going
Josh with a quick call, and now Chase here with effective 4th pair. And yeah, you just gotta let this one go. You tried to hit your set, you didn't get it. And 3s is like just so far behind, right? Like even if it's ahead right now,
Yeah.
you can never continue. So yeah, good fold. Yeah, indeed has deuces and was behind the 3s. Josh here could be playing any number of different draws, some of which just turned into a pair, others of which just made it straight. Quick check here on the turn Jack of Spades, and a board pairing 10 of diamonds here. Josh now looking to go for a wager 500, 1/3 pot size. And yeah, with the way he's played tonight, I would not even suspect anything other than a call.
I agree.
You beat all of the bluffs, of which there are some,
Sure.
for sure. And you certainly lose to a lot of hands that can just sort of bet this size at the end. A 10, a jack, a straight.
Yeah, I actually think there's a strong possibility that deuces is good. That's my thought. I don't know what Josh has, but I... No,
Not
10.
good.
Just
Not
kidding.
good. Yeah, I mean, I think the call is very reasonable, but
Yes, yeah.
Josh just has
The
to-
sizing was, I mean, there's enough things that you beat and the size was...
quote unquote right.
Yeah.
The size was right.
That's what she said.
Spencer Carlson, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team.
We got a question from Chris. What are your guys' names? My name is Carolyn. And
And my name is Aaron, Aaron, as some folks around here know me. And quick shout out to Chris Sternfeld, not the gentleman that just asked that question, but Chris Sternfeld, thank you very much for subscribing. Also, thanks to Chris Nauman, or Neumann. Thank you very much for joining us here in the chat. If anybody else has any questions, wants to know anything about us,
Yeah, feel free to ask.
you know, drop it in the chat. I'd be happy to engage. And if we do miss your comment, you know, just drop it in again because, you know, sometimes it's tough to keep up with everything. The action, the chat, the gambling, you know, all of the above.
All the fun. All the good times. If my family is watching, hi to them. I told my mom to watch just because she's at my house. So.
Nice.
At your house. At your house.
Yeah, well,
Casey wanted me to break his finger on stream one
I'm happy to let you know. We got a, we have a bomb pot. KJ is still in the box, but we do have a bomb pot.
I went to
Emergency bomb pot requested and enabled.
Okay. I like it.
they can either use it, so
Ace, Jack, Trey, a couple of spades out here. Big Daddy Chaz is working with top pair, top kicker, and a gutty to the Broadway straight. A hand worthy enough of a continue to see a turn, I would say, depending on the action. But Bones here has a whole lot of not much gut shot of his own. with second
Ted's
pair.
asking what my son is doing right now. Well, I assume if the rest of my family is watching this, then my son is probably also watching this. So I'm gonna. Other than that, probably I don't know, running in circles and screaming.
Sweet.
I guess.
What's up, Ian, by the way? Cute little dude. Chase here has the nut spades. He's drawing
Got her
to
to
a royal flush.
Yeah, just turns a set too, but
Pretty good. Yeah, Jeremy going to slow it down now. He was the original better. Got raised by Chase. Jeremy called. And yeah, after checking the turn and seeing this 10 peel off, unless Jeremy has...
diamonds or king queen or
Well, he could have flopped a set
Aces?
as well, though, right? Like, if he has a set
Yeah.
of jacks or aces, he can certainly continue. For 800, though, out of position, and Chase is going to be happy to turn this one over and be like, yeah, look at this. I had some stuff. Had some stuff. And Jeremy sort of nodding his head. I think the answer there is that Jeremy may have flopped something like a two-pair type holding and had to run for the hills.
Thanks.
all right.
So anyway, so this low-carb diet that I've been doing, just to sort of finish that thread, is, man, it's really awesome. The first time I did it, though, this was probably a year and a half ago or something like that, and I felt really good then, all the way up until my, like, electrolyte levels got really low because I wasn't doing a good enough job of replacing sort of, like, my potato intake for potassium. And, like, almost all of the potassium that I was getting, I realized in retrospect, was from
potatoes?
eating potatoes. And then you cut those out on a low-carb diet, and now, like...
Especially when it's a sharp decline.
Yeah, because I've never been a banana guy, really. Like, I'll eat a banana here and there, but, like, it's just not my jam. They're just not my jam.
Okay.
And so potatoes was just purely how I was getting it. In retrospect, like, thinking about all of the different things that I was eating. And so it was something like 2 months in, and I started getting these weird muscle cramps and tingles and stuff, and it was like,
Ooh,
this is
that's
weird, and I
not
didn't like
cool,
it.
yeah.
And I started researching, which I should have done beforehand,
And the internet
obviously.
told you were dying and that you
Well, it was
needed
like,
to
yeah,
eat
you
a
probably don't
banana.
have any potassium. So then I went back to my
Yeah.
carbolicious diet and ate a bunch of potatoes and such for the last year. And, you know, haven't been feeling as good, but no tingles and all that stuff. Anyways, I'm back, and I'm doing it right this time, and I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I was very strictly no carbs for probably about a year after my son was born. Well, not immediately, but you know, shortly
Quick
after.
free bet and a fold here. Continue.
And then I've gotten a lot more relaxed on it in the past maybe 6 months, mostly because I just keep going on vacation. And it's just like,
It's
I'm
hard
going to eat
to-
cheesecake. Fuck it.
It is hard to maintain any sort of dietary structure when you go traveling. That much is for sure. But there's there's a good way to do it, which I have found, which is go to an all-day breakfast place.
Oh, breakfast is my favorite meal of the day because I can eat like omelets, bacon, sauce, like all of that, which are some of my favorite foods, regardless.
Loaded with fat and no carbs if you don't want 'em.
Yeah. So
They ask you,
just-
do you want toast? Do you want biscuits? Whatever.
No,
You're
you
like,
just say
no,
no.
put the vegetables on the side and we're good to go.
Yeah,
And you guys,
exactly. No, just give me extra bacon. Actually, there's a place that we used to order breakfast from all the time. We live a little further away from it now, but it's like a Mexican place that does breakfast, and I used to get this bomb-ass omelet, and I would get, and it would have like veggies and stuff inside of it, and then some sausage and cheese and whatever.
Yeah.
And then on the side, I would get sliced avocado and bacon. And it was like, I could eat that and not be hungry for 16 hours.
Yeah, no, good stuff. All right, Josh here just going to limp the $50 straddle. Jeremy makes the call out of the other straddle. And JWin, of course, who would put out the original $50 straddle, is going to squeeze up to 225. Josh makes a quick call. Jeremy also going to call, and we see an ace-high board here. Fantastic stuff for JWin. Couple of hearts out here. JWin has the queen of hearts. Yeah, sort of small C bet here. Goes for, good lord, not even 1/4. No, it is 1/4 pot.
Is it?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, it was like 600. Yeah, and is going to find a caller in Jeremy. So Jeremy could be holding something similar to what Josh just folded.
Oh, I was just going to ask you, how do you feel about a float there from Josh? And I don't like it just because you have Jeremy left to act behind you. But if it's heads up, I don't know, that sizing, I might just...
No,
See a
honestly,
turn.
I don't think the float is terrible even with Jeremy still in hand. I mean, none of that is to say that, like, ooh.
I'm not saying that I wouldn't float with Jeremy left in the hand, but that would be my one thought to deter me. Would be like, wow.
Oh, well, I wouldn't worry about Jeremy as much as, like, what do I do when he bets again on the turn and I don't improve, right? Like, I'm just going to fold
Sure.
eights then anyways, so why not fold him now? In any case,
Because you
Jeremy...
could just boat up like he did.
Jeremy goes for the check call on the turn, checks the river, and JWin here with the queen of hearts, I think has a mandatory value bet. Jeremy making sure that everyone knows that he has checked once again. And JWin here, 1.8K. JWin again goes for the check back. Ace Jack, and this is an awful, awful result for JWin. 1.8K in the middle. JWin goes for 1.2. He's going to get snapped.
I'm good for now, man. I'm on medication.
Yeah, that's a missed opportunity there for JWin. So again, taking the sort of zig when you normally zag kind of approach to avoid the uncomfortable spot of the check raise. Like, I mean, I know what you're trying to avoid, but my goodness, you missed out.
Oh, the
so much
Malibu
value.
bottle is out. Uh-oh.
Malibu indeed. Big Daddy
The king
Chaz.
of Malibu has arrived. He's been here, but the Malibu was missing.
Absolutely
Things
right,
are about
but
to get spicy, I think.
very nice. Junior producer Seth here, the provider of the Gigantor bottle of Malibu that is now going to be consumed by Big Daddy Chaz and some of his neighbors. Looks like some other drinks in the mix as everybody's cracking something.
Yeah, let's go.
And yeah, I mean, JWin obviously will, he knows right now, you can see it from the look on his face of like, yeah, I should have about 1,200 more. Could be even more, I imagine. But, yeah. Sometimes those decisions of like, yeah, I have really one of the best combos that I should value bet, but I'm a little bit leery of what my opponent's working with, and I just am not sure if I want to face the check raise and have to call because I have the best hand that I would ever bet call with, right? Like, you can kind of level yourself. I'm not saying that's exactly what JWin did there, but it kind of is, I guess. I imagine. I can't think of any other reason to not value bet the ace queen with queen of hearts there. Anyways, we're on to the next hand. DQ here. The original raiser made it 225. Big chunky raise. gets an ace-high board. Jeremy, calling from the big blind,
God damn
needed
it.
to sort of see a flop in position.
That's 6-3
Didn't
there.
get a piece of that at all.
DQ.
Will quickly get out
moment
of
he
the way.
started laughing, I knew exactly
Looking at the
what it
chip
was.
counts there. Big Daddy Chaz up top at
Showed him
11K.
and then he just-
Caitlin down here at the
started
bottom.
laughing. I'm like, oh, it is.
Steady.
Yeah. Oh, man.
That was your chance.
That was my chance.
Taking a look back here at the chat.
And then 2 hands later, he's going to get 3-6. Fuck it, I'm calling.
Do I want anything from Starbucks? No, I think I'm good. Thank you, though. Appreciate you offering. I've been doing the bulletproof coffee in the mornings, which has been fantastic. Giving me a nice little boost to get things started. But I think caffeine later in the day with the amount of energy that I've had recently is just,
Unnecessary.
yeah, I'll be up till 4:30, like, without question.
Yeah.
So I'm good.
I talked
All
about
right,
something
looks
this
like we have the $100 straddle out here once again.
with 6-8 king. Yeah, and they bet like
On top of the 20 and the 50. All right, so here we go. JWin, Donald, Brendan. Just gonna go ahead and fold that one. Gosh, out of the way as well. Chase here, though, obviously with a hand that is going to play and probably for a raise. Oh, I take it all back. He is just going to call. And before Chase's chips could hit the belt, yeah has raised him to 300. Chase will, of course, limp and call. Yeah, we'll play this one in position as the pre-flop aggressor. 2 overcards to the 8. And drills a pair of kings. Second pair for him. And Chase is going to donk lead here. Very curious. Says, I have a third pair of 8s, and you know what? You probably have all the aces and stuff, but, like, screw you, bro. What are you going to do if you don't have an ace? Probably fold.
It was Ricky. Ricky turns over his kings.
Overbets the
my
pot
God, I
even.
needed that
700
freaking
into
reversal.
600. And yeah is gonna fold, and this is
right.
the power of the donk
yeah,
lead.
I think
It's
I mean,
just
It
like
is-
if you don't have it, you fold.
So my philosophy on,
right.
I've been trying to just think about kind of an approach to the donk lead from both implementing it and how to respond to it. And my response to it is implementing it
Never.
sparingly.
Oh, sorry.
No, I've been trying
I'm
to do
kidding,
it
I'm
more,
kidding.
actually.
I'm kidding.
And in that one I haven't really figured out, but in response to it, my response to it is basically 100% fold or raise. That's it. So if I don't have a hand I want to raise with, I'm not gonna sit there and try to think it through too much because I feel like I'm gonna get in my own way with it.
Yeah.
So if I don't have a hand that I want to raise their donk bet, then whatever. I'm a little. It's not super well thought through yet, but
Yeah. No, you'll.
from my perspective, it's either, if I can't come to a conclusion of raise, I'm not going to call unless it's something super trappy, like I just have.
Yeah, you just like flop top side. Then of course you're.
Yeah, then I'm just gonna call. But I find it's just such a strange move, and it's never done with something super strong.
Usually not. Let's take a look at this one, though, as Chase is going to go ahead and flop top pair, 8 kicker, and a club flush draw.
That's pretty good. I don't know what he's going to.
Well, DQ is the original raiser, though. Chase is going to give him no opportunity to even c-bet.
See, this I definitely disagree with.
Yeah. Well, so here you just said that they never do it with a
That
really
was
strong
way
hand,
too
and
strong.
that was a really strong hand. So, well, okay. So
I would
I
disagree with that.
I
well,
thought
sure.
that I was gonna
I
get
mean,
raised.
we
Really
so
did.
we can
Obviously.
certainly,
I've been seeing a lot of raises tonight.
in principle,
So, I was gonna
disagree
just
with
go for it
most
and get
donk leads, particularly on the flop. There are a few situations where a solver will be like, yeah, it's kind of like break even, either donk lead or go for check call, check raise. For very specific orientations of opener and caller and board textures, but for the most part, you just won't see the solver recommending that you do any donking because it just really doesn't benefit you most of the time. Now, on a lot of turns, that will flip. Second card pairs, absolutely. The out of position player has like all of those hands, and the in position player like never has turn pairs, right? Those are the spots where the donk lead is
JJ, I got you right there, and another one.
fantastic.
Sure.
But we just on the flop, you just very rarely see it. In any case, you can sort of kick that dead horse as much as you want. Let's come back to that because I had another thing I was going to say there. Caitlin, though, with a couple of nines, raised to 250. Chase here looks to be calling from the big blind, and he does. And yeah, not going anywhere either.
Six around.
We'll make
and
the
he
call.
gets right here, and then he gets gonna go under.
Queen 4 of hearts. Yeah is here to mix it up.
Hell yeah. Oh.
Darn good flop if you're going to play Queen 4 of
I mean, I
hearts.
have to also imagine that Caitlin is not hating this situation she's in.
Well, I wouldn't feel good about it, let's be honest. Pair of nines can be the best hand a lot of the time, but do you really want to bet and get called or raised, right? She is going to bet 300, does get called by Chase. 275, I should
Yeah,
say.
I'm gonna expect anything. Anything is possible here.
Oh, no, mandatory raise spot.
Well, yeah, but we've been saying a lot of things, and I don't trust my instinct at all. I was thinking mandatory raise here, but let's see what happens. Nope. See, that's why I didn't say it. Man,
Wow.
At least I made a good lay down.
I just knew whatever I would do, he definitely wasn't gonna do. Now he's got a straight draw to go along with his hard draw.
Yeah, but this is the problem if you check here and a brick comes off on the edge. See, because if you check raised there and got called, now this card just sets your sails afloat. That's a term that I'm using now. And you just can blast it, right? Like you can just, with all the confidence in the world, blast it. He's going to donk it here with all the confidence in the world, which is maybe going to work as well. Who knows? We don't know what Chase is holding. Caitlin, of course, is holding a blocker to the nut straight. Sorry, two blockers to the nut straight. Also has a heart and a spade, though, which is like, what on earth could he have?
Yeah. It would have been ace
Right?
full, and I would have gotten paid.
I mean, if she can pinpoint Queen 4 of hearts here as what he's holding, then
But it's not as much about what he's holding
No,
as
I
to
know.
what she's blocking. She blocks exactly like 8, 9 of hearts and of spades, which would be like, yeah, okay, he could peel here, but like those hands don't exist. They literally don't. So now it's like Jack 7 of diamonds or something. She is still gonna fold, but I could tell that she was like, what?
yeah, she knows in her heart and soul that she's ahead. That it's
Well, at least of yeah, she is sort of
yeah.
in
There's
the
still 3
middle
players in the hand,
chasing there still.
but
It would have been super baller if she just ripped it right there. It would have been super baller, but also, yeah, sometimes just like.
and I don't even know that Yaya folds if she rips it there. Like he might just snap collar with the flush draw.
Well, that'd be a great result for her, at least in the moment, right?
Yes,
We
of
see that she has
course.
65% equity, but in any case, she is out of the hand. It's back over and on to Chase. And if he is working with a jack here, I mean, he kind of has to call as well.
Yeah, we
Or
have
even
no
have a
idea.
similar idea as what Caitlin would have if she had gone all in, which was like, if I'm ahead of a draw, but the draw has enough equity, they're going to call, and then it's just kind of like, get all the chips in while I'm ahead and try to play this heads up.
Right.
Chase might be in that spot with something like Jack 10. Right? If he has Jack 10, no heart, he could just be like, I don't know, no heart, no spade even, would be a
Yeah.
brilliant
Jack
spot.
10 of clubs. Who knows?
Just pile it and be like, I don't know, if you got the combo draw, then we just flip for it, basically. But I'm probably
that's
ahead.
the look of a man who's folding.
I mean, you're right, but Chase has been known to do certain things.
Yeah, but he's up against an opponent that he's not familiar with who has been wild. So I think his go-to strategy is to be the wild one. So his response, here where he's going to call.
Yep.
I'm going to be very interested to find out what Chase is. But
of course.
I do think Chase is kind of go-to strategy is to be the wild one. But not that it's not thought through. I don't know what his response is when he is second in that category. Oh, and he just gets there. Unless Jay's holding nut flush, who knows?
Yeah, ace of hearts here. Yeah, with the queen high.
And I'm sure
Second nut
Caitlin
flush.
is patting herself on the back,
For
saying,
sure.
if I was ahead, I just lost that hand if I had chipped it.
Chase here with remaining stack less than the pot. Does check it over. Yeah, jams. And now we know that Chase does not have the king high heart flush, as he would have snapped his chips into the middle faster than you could say call.
Yeah.
Chase doesn't like this, and I think he does have something like a jack 10, maybe a queen jack. He's going to show king jack with the king of hearts.
Yeah.
And
I guess that king of hearts.
ooh, I mean, that's actually your best bluff catcher. He just folded right there.
Sure.
I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, he should have just lost all his money, but you kind of, do you have a better bluff catching hand
I
there
wish that was 10 of hearts.
besides ace jack? I don't know.
Yeah.
But in any case, I mean, he just sort of knows that, like, whatever's going on here, this just isn't right.
Yeah, but ace jack, you're not gonna have the you don't have a heart there.
Yeah, but you're so far up in your range.
Of course.
Like king
Well, ace
jack
jack
with
is
the
also
king of
two pair,
hearts,
yeah.
you're like not as far up in your range, but you have the
Ace
nut
king
blocker,
with the king of hearts.
and then
I don't know. Because the reverse ace. I don't know how you end up in that spot.
that one was
irrelevant.
crazy though. But Chase came
That's
to the
different than
fold
fair.
conclusion rather quickly.
Yeah.
Well, there's some spicy hands going on here tonight, and that was another one just for you guys.
I mean, we did say that this game should be pretty nuts, so I don't think we lied to anybody. It is living up to the hype. Although the key player making it kind of crazy is not who I had initially expected, which was TCH. And he has been
I mean, we're gonna find
Same
out.
odds, 2-1? 2-1 then?
and we're looking at Yaya.
Same, so same bet as them?
Everyone thinks you bluff. Why would I give odds?
He's the star tonight.
Yeah, it's lasting. That is for sure. All right, 7:13. I'm gonna have to scroll back up here. I'm not sure if I can
We should be
scroll up
very
far enough. Yeah, I mean, we may as well just give it a try. First, I'm gonna peek my points, as you do.
I like it.
And
We're gonna wait the
now
9
that I've lost 2 in a row, I'm stuck 500 TCHLive loyalty points, which means I'm probably down a little bit from my 2,600 or whatever that I used to have.
that 8 spent.
Yeah, indeed, I'm down to 1772, so I might have to turn my gambles down a little bit, you
Oh
know?
no. Oh no. All right, I'm gonna let you manage this bomb pot here. I will return momentarily. I think by the time I get back, we should be in decent shape to gamble.
Perfect. All right, I will hold down the fort for this Singapore PLO bomb pot.
Wow, already racking up the lead.
So it looks like everybody is playing.
Hey, nice comeback, buddy.
And can't quite tell here is yeah, getting a color up, getting a color up. All right, gonna turn some of these greens into larger denomination chips. 10-5-4, couple of spades out here on this flop. Chase gonna be first to act here. Goes for the check. Yeah, will lead for almost full pot, 200. Bones will make the call, has the nut flush draw and the bottom end of a gutty to the wheel. Jeremy making a call with king high spades, really doesn't want to see a spade on the turn. Luckily for him, it's a 7 of hearts. Doesn't change the texture that much. A wrap on the 4-5 could have just turned into a straight. That much is true. Yeah. We'll slow it down with a check, and Bones will follow suit. Did pick up a gut shot on the bottom end to the jack high straight as well, but it's another 10 here on the end. And yeah is now going to lead out for 500. Of course, his hand is not scanned in, so Bones sort of showing us the best hand with ace jack high is almost certainly not the case. And yeah will indeed drag the pot. We won't know what he was holding, but it was probably just the best hand.
Could be like something like 7-8. A pair.
All right, once again, we appreciate all of y'all coming in, hanging out with us here tonight. If you have not subscribed to the channel yet, we do encourage you to do so. We'll earn you all of those sweet TCHLive loyalty points.
Is it on right here?
Also appreciate it whenever you do hit the like button.
I told Seth put it up there. He's like, well, I like that.
And if any of y'all watching here this evening would like to play either in this game or on the Thursday 2-5 Match the Stack game, you can find the link to sign up in the video description there on YouTube. Let us know when you're going to be in town, when you want to come play, and be happy to fit you in. A lot of folding going on here this hand. Nobody really knows much, but Chase has a beautiful hand. This is the $5, $10, and $100 blind. And Chase will raise to 3. Yeah, will snap call with a dominated 10. Couple of kings and a deuce out
Do I
there.
not get any credit for calling?
Chase should go for a small continuation bet here a lot of the time, but is going to go for the check. Yeah, checks behind. Nothing changes with the 6 of clubs. And check again. Yeah here is seemingly ready to go to showdown with 10 high. Indeed, he is. Check, and jack high is going to win this pot. And almost certainly a spot where either player at some point in the hand probably should have thought to themselves, I'm not sure if I can win with this hand. Let me bet 200 and see what happens. But Raina here asking, why are we having trouble seeing the cards? So most of the time it's just going to be user error. You see that little white dot there on the felt. That is sort of indicating the location of the RFID scanner. Both cards must be placed over the scanner at the same time, slightly separated so that each individual RFID sort of gadget can pick up the output from the scanner and reflect the right signal and get picked up, blah, 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 technical stuff. And if the two cards are either right on top of each other or not over the scanner at the same time, blah, 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 then that signal will not get read and we won't know what they have. So that's the most likely thing. Another thing is that sometimes those RFID chips will break as they are just sort of flexible pieces of metal embedded in the card. And if you sort of bend them back and forth a bunch of times, sometimes they break. Don't think we have any of those issues right now, but we'll keep an eye on it. We've got some limping, and Caitlin goes for the 3-bet squeeze out of the straddle position. King, queen off suit. DQ makes the call, and this could lead to a sort of cascade effect, a bunch of players deciding to call, but no one with sort of enough of like, you know, suited 7-8, something like that, where it's like, oh yeah, like I can definitely call this and see what happens. So everyone else does get out of the way here. Caitlin's squeeze narrows it down to just her and DQ, and she is unfortunately going to have to play this one out of position. It is a 7-high board, though, all sort of disconnected on the suit side of things. So a C-bet is going to get the job done a lot of the time, but DQ with a gut shot to a wheel and a backdoor diamond flush. How on earth do you fold that hand? But he does. Caitlin will take it down. Nicely played. 2.5K pot shipping her way. PDX Sean here saying also have trouble sensing all 4 cards when playing Omaha. Well, then, yeah, now that is almost certainly just like the difficulty of getting all 4 cards over the scanner and also separated enough that they can all interact with the scanner at the same time. So that one's just challenging from like a technological standpoint. Because RFID, for those of you who don't know, RFID only operates over very short distances because you sort of have to get this like resonant effect between the scanner and the sort of static device that is in the card. And so you can't have the card like even like a couple millimeters off of the felt because the separation between the scanner itself through the table and the felt and into the card like is already sort of at the maximum distance that they really communicate. So there's all kinds of ways that it can go wrong. Josh here waking up with a couple of ladies.
Yeah, Chase 3-betting on the button with 7-6 offsuit. DQ going to make the call. Let's see how Josh responds. And that is the response I was expecting. Going to make it 800. Chase going to quickly get away from it.
DQ though.
Yeah. Queen Jack suited.
I know I'm supposed to fold.
Let's see.
Yeah, I mean there's sort of a precedence that has been set by DQ in the past, which is this kind of Wild West player that will always sort of just go blasting in these spots, but yeah, like he didn't show any aggression in the hand, and so when it goes to 4 bets, it's like, yeah, like Queen Jack suited is a good hand, but you don't have any sort of like lead in the hand, right? Like you're just always capped, and playing out of position is terrible always. So, I mean, I understand just folding. I think maybe some people will be surprised that DQ would fold a hand like that. I'm a little bit surprised, honestly, but you know, not a bad fold.
Yeah, we know it's not a bad fold. I am a little surprised. But that's why we're here, to be surprised. To kind of see some things that we weren't expecting to see. All right, we must be able to gamble, right?
It is time.
All right, we don't have Seth involved, which thus far should be in my favor. However, I've lost the first 2, so I'm not feeling super strong about this.
Well, I've paid him effectively then because.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Am I going first or you?
Yeah, you're going to go first this time.
DQ would know.
Good luck.
Good luck to you.
Chase versus Yeah. Heads up to a queen high board. Chase going to go ahead and make himself second pair. Checky, checky. I'm going to roll a 3, which is
What?
really
oh, I got
bad.
a chance.
I have to break a hundy here to pay Carolyn.
Don't worry, I got change. I got you.
Unless you can find a freaking deuce
I mean, you
somehow.
you
Drop
rolled a 1
deuce.
before.
Roll a deuce.
85.
Good
Yeah,
lord.
that's right.
I'm getting crushed tonight. 9 of spades here on the turn. Chase going to go ahead and bet 400. And yeah, with an up and down straight draw, will make the call. It's running 9s. So Chase will finish with the best hand. Doesn't really have a hand that benefits much from value betting. So yeah, is going to go for the check. And now yeah, with just 10 high here. This is almost a mandatory sort of bluff spot, but we have seen him take 10 high to showdown before.
He's
And he
gonna
will
check it
once
back,
again. Rustolamite, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the TCH team. Yeah, some interesting lines being taken here tonight. We've seen some interesting checkbacks, particularly from JWin. We've seen some interesting checkbacks from but Yeah is just playing so many hands as well that I almost get the impression that it's kind of like, I'm going to scratch off all of these lottery tickets, and if I get there, sweet. And if I don't, I'm just going to pitch them in the dumpster and be done with it and move on to the next
Which,
one, right?
I mean, sometimes that is the right thing to do, I think. Sometimes you just have to give up because trying to take the pot down with 10 high there, I mean, it might have worked. Yeah, it might have worked. but there's also a very strong possibility that it doesn't work there.
Well, sure, and that's almost always the case with a bluff, but
An option?
I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of interesting to see someone who's going to play a lot of hands, but then just sort of shut it down when they actually have a good bluffing candidate, right?
Yeah.
Like in a couple of these spots. Josh here, King 8 suited, is not interested after this gigantic 8.5x open from DQ. And everybody folds. DQ will take the pot. Haven't seen any of the sort of the blind hand plays from DQ so far
No,
here
I think
tonight,
he
and
maybe has moved away from that.
could be.
Oh, wait, no, you weren't in that one.
Pez here wanting to know if Chaz ever drinks from the handle of Malibu.
I actually think that bottle, if it's the same bottle that was here before, is just empty. It's just decoration now.
No.
Oh, that's a new one?
Seth bought that before the stream, and
Oh, today? So
straight
it's
up
brand new?
was like, here, have a handle of Malibu.
Oh, nice. Producer Seth coming in with the drinks to keep everybody nice and loose with their play.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he like swigs out of the bottle though. I think.
Yeah, I don't think
just
I've ever seen
pouring
him, but
into your little glass is perfectly acceptable. Chaz here from the button is going to limp the Ace-8 offsuit. This is a $75 straddle, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know.
Jeremy gonna
Yeah, but
Jeremy
go
will
ahead and
make the
check.
call. Yeah,
We'll go to a
JWin.
flop, 4 ways. Ace-9 deuce.
Oh, yeah, Jeremy was the $75 straddle. I see. He was just tossing it into the middle to indicate his check. All of the middle cards sort of represented here, but Big Daddy Chaz will flop top pair and make the call as Chase will bet small, his second pair. Needs to find a 9 and a 9 only in order to improve to the best hand, and that is the 9 Triz of Hearts on board.
That's that would be the lottery hand. The dealer wins the lottery hand there.
Yeah, check on the turn. Chase will check, and now Chaz will go for small value here, targeting exactly a hand like Chase has.
And
for
Chase
half
not going
pot.
to pay him off, so.
What can you do?
Yep. All right, we got 522 watching. Looks like 122 likes. So if you are out there in stream world and you haven't hit that like button, please do that.
That would be great.
Or like get F. I don't know. Just kidding.
Damn, Carolyn bringing the heat tonight.
Just kidding.
We got Iron by AD here in the chat. Hey, what's up, buddy? Welcome to the stream. And welcome to the stream to anyone else that has recently joined us. We do appreciate you coming on in. This is TCH Live Monday. No, dude, 510. 510 here on Mondays. I'm your host, Aaron
510
McAvoy.
plus optional slash sort of no one has not done it, straddle for whatever you want.
Yeah.
Those are the rules tonight. You have to straddle, but you get to pick the amount.
DQ here.
Just gonna,
Oh my goodness.
I don't know. I mean, Yaya did make it 450, but this seems quite large.
Actually, this is reasonable size given the fact that it was 450. I didn't realize that we were on a $100 straddle. I got a little bit distracted there. This was a $100 straddle from Chase.
And Chase wakes up with Ace
Yeah,
Jack
oh.
in the straddle.
Yeah, but Ace Jack facing this action, this is an under the gun open as well. So you can't just sort of treat this as like a cutoff open and a large 3-bet from the button, something like that.
Sure.
Where Ace Jack is like, yeah, you could sometimes rip this in and get away with something. Well, getting away with it would mostly just be denying equity, as any better hand is very likely to call you. But no, here I think Ace Jack is just a pretty straightforward fold.
I'm not going to disagree with that, but he is just in a spot where he's up against 2 opponents who he knows historically, based on playing with DQ in the past, seeing DQ play on other streams in the past,
I shipped her with that
and
hand.
Yaya's play today, to be a little wild.
Here, I only brought one.
And he
well-
wakes up with Ace Jack in the straddle.
Yeah.
I'm sure having just looked at his cards for the first time when the action comes around to him, you know, and he looks at it and he's like, man,
I wanted to go on.
I don't know. This feels like
I wanted to go on.
I should maybe call. I guess I don't know.
I had one
It's
over-
not that like he made the right decision,
Yeah.
but I can see why it was a little pain.
Jack king.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the other side of it is that Chase likes to play good hands, and Ace Jack offsuit is, you know, a pretty good hand. So you kind of want to see if that hand can win, and it's painful when you just have to fold it. You don't even get to see a flop, like you just have to fold the hand. Like I get it, that's not a great spot to be.
We got some
And
more
I think
straddles
that's
going on here.
a lot of what Chase was feeling there.
20, 50, 100, I think, is what I see.
Yeah, 20, 50, and 100 indeed.
Caitlin will be first to act. She probably feels like she's first to act pretty much every hand because the straddles are going all the way around to Yaya whenever possible.
Yeah, straddles certainly have been pretty juicy here on that end of the table. That much is for sure. JWin letting his neighbor know.
Josh with the Doyle. Now here's Chase with the Ace Jack offsuit again.
And a much better spot for
And
him.
Yaya going to 3-bet him here.
And all in from Chase. Yeah. Now, this is a very different scenario. And yeah, snap calls with the 9-7 of diamonds. And we're ripping it, if I'm not mistaken. Ace Jack versus 9-7. Ace high board, one diamond.
Running diamond. Sorry, that's not
Yeah,
gonna work.
no, hand is over. As Chase is just going to ship that one. Yeah, that one makes so much more sense, and there's multiple sides to that one. First of which is that this is blind versus blind. Chase with Ace Jack, given the scenario that he's in now, is just like near the top of his range and should always be going all in.
Fuck no.
And actually, yeah, snaps that off with 9-7. Pretty great for Ace Jack.
Yeah, for
Pretty
sure.
great, and an even better flop.
I just want to give a shout out to Jedi Master Ted for admitting that he loses 90% of the hands
I
that
will
he
bet
plays
$100
against
in the
women.
first 30 minutes. Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Do you as
That's-
well?
I'll bet.
No, but I'd rather play against men than
I
women.
think I got you beat in the first 30 minutes.
I support women in
Bad.
poker.
I showed Josh
I
that
think
every
more
day.
women should play because I think they're good at it.
Yeah.
And I think that they are underestimated in a lot of spots. So I think more women should get involved. But personally, at the table, I would rather get mixed up in a hand against a male opponent.
Is that because you feel that there's some sort of disadvantage in being up against a female that can like sort of read more about what you're doing,
I
or
just
is
don't
it
want to
just
be mean to them.
Oh, okay. So you feel maybe a kinship, and you're like, hey, like I want us to win, like team female.
Is that bad?
No. I was just curious, like where it was coming from. I think that's totally reasonable and understandable.
I don't want to
it's curious.
discourage women from playing, so I don't want to be like a bully at the table to other women.
Yeah, but beating someone in poker it just happens, right?
No, of
And
course.
so
And I'm not going to
like soft play.
No,
another woman
not
or
at all.
something like that.
My straddle.
But like I'm gonna apologize when I show down something that like
Sorry, DQ.
you know
What'd you say?
they're like, oh man. Like if I cooler someone, I'm gonna be like, yeah, sorry, man.
Straddle 100.
It is.
Yeah, so
Sorry, Iron Bite. Is this? I hope it's a little better.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see more women in poker for sure, and just because I want to see more people in poker, right?
Yeah,
And,
of course.
like,
It's just such an untapped market.
you could call it that for sure. I think
All right, shit's
we
getting
should
fun
look at
now.
this hand really quick because we have a raise on the button from Jeremy. King 10 offsuit. JWin waking up with a couple of 10. Gonna squeeze out of the
What's
small
that?
blind
4 hands in
here.
a row? No, 5
1.1k
five
to
hands in a row.
go
We're having a lot of
This is a
$1,000
3x
hands. It's been $1,000
off of a relative to the stack sizes large open. Jeremy here should recognize that his opponent can be doing this light-ish. as, you know, small blind plays best as a raise or fold, given the dynamic here, button open. King 10 offsuit, though, is a hand that generally is going to want to 4-bet or fold, and he is going to make the call. I think this is going to put him in too many tough spots. Even when you make top pair, you're going to be in a really rough situation against your opponent's range. Quick check here from JWin. This is absolutely an exploit. Quick check back, though, and JWin is not going to love it if a face card peels. He is going to turn safe with a 5 of hearts. Almost never will Jeremy have 2 heart combination hands that did not continue, or did not take the betting lead on the flop, I should say. And never will anyone have a 2 lead. So Jeremy will just make the fold. JWin will win the pot, as he sort of should have, probably just on the flop.
Stay out of JWin's way.
Players check, last stream.
It's not great, but I'll finish it. So, yeah. Poker is fantastic, right? Like, it can bring people together from, like, you don't have to speak the same language as your opponent in order to fully understand what your opponent is doing and how the game functions and all of that, right? Like, it is a
and you
truly
can have
universal
a
game.
friendly, healthy competition against other people who you might otherwise never have an interaction with or have hostile interactions with, frankly. And you can sit at the table and just focus on the game. And 95% of the time, probably 90% of the table gets along really well. And
Yeah.
it's kind of like a magical little bubble that we live in where you don't need to know anything about your opponent besides the fact that you are here competing in a poker game, and that's it. And that's, it's a great place to be.
Yeah, let's take a look at this one. We've got an open here from Big Daddy Chaz. Ace-5 suited from early position. DQ here, going to put in a 3rd bet to 1.4K, so a big chunky raise here. This is almost 5x, not quite 5x raise. And now Josh wakes up with queens on 6K in the stack. Honestly, I think this is just a jam.
Yeah.
I mean,
Agreed.
like, there's no 4-bet size that makes a
Right.
ton of sense other than a min click. A min click is fine. Don't get me wrong. I think
Min
a min
click
click
or
is
jam.
fine, but I think the jam is actually better because you can fold out some of the equity.
No, he's going to opt for the
Oh, the trap call?
call.
This is
I
the
don't
worst
love
of all
that.
of
Yeah,
the options.
I definitely am not a fan of this option. In this particular scenario, we know that he is actually trapping, you know?
Well, he found the flop that he wanted,
yeah,
so
of course.
he's like, no ace, no king, and I can play for all the chips. If there's an ace or a king, then I can dip out. Is almost certainly what Josh is thinking. I'm not a mind reader, but, you know, to call with queens
DQ
and
going to check back here.
invite Chaz to come along there
And
is,
then DQ just turns open-ended. It would be fireworks if you see a queen on the river.
Josh is going to bet small here. Looks to be 800, and DQ is going to snap
rip it, yeah.
jam it, and now Josh
In
is
a
like,
tough spot.
all of the hands that I beat
All right, and there you go.
are now either drawing or have a set, and no, he's gonna still put the chips in pretty quickly. I thought he might have sort of like, you know, hummed and hawed and maybe
Yeah.
gripped his skull a little bit, but DQ is just all in and behind.
Yeah.
Needs to hit it, does not. And a pair of queens is going to be best. That hand played out really quickly. We didn't have quite enough time to dig into all of the nuances there, but I think very interesting plays from both players. I understand ripping it from DQ's standpoint because you certainly can get better hands to fold on the 8 of spades turn when they check the flop, right? Like, they just called pre, they can have ace king, ace queen, like, people will play it this way, right? So you can just rip it when they bet the flop, or bet the turn. 8 of spades, like, what on earth can they have? You have a couple of 10s, they certainly aren't going to have, like, queen 10, whatever, like the nuts. So you're always drawing if you're ever behind.
Right.
But he just couldn't get his opponent to fold a hand as strong as queens. And DQ is going to get.
No, I definitely don't disagree with DQ's move there.
Yeah.
Josh's hand was obviously under rep there. I don't think he put him on queens. I don't know how you ever would.
Yeah, I literally just earlier today at the 2-5 table lost to queens that had just flatted a single open
It's
three.
just such a
You don't
strange
expect
line
it.
to take with
Yeah.
queens just because your hand is so vulnerable. And I don't like the idea personally of inviting, like, you know, ace 7 offsuit to be in that hand. Like, I don't want that to
Yeah.
be something that I'm up against.
Yeah.
So
Which
I
is
don't.
the standard. Sorry to interrupt you, but the standard operating procedure for like how to play from a game theory standpoint, which is like your hand is strong but vulnerable, so therefore you raise
Right.
in order to deny equity from the hands that are weaker, but actually can just like drill some shit for and shouldn't have been in the hand to begin with,
Right.
and also get value from the hands that are just a little bit weaker than yours, but will happily put more chips in. Right? Like pocket jacks is never going to fold. So like you should just be raising and et cetera, right? But
Yeah,
all of
absolutely.
that falls apart when other things factor in, which is just like personal tendencies, player specific, like how am I going to interact against this person, right? If this was all calculated and thought through from Josh of like, dude, like I'm going to trap this guy, right? Like, okay. And that's perfectly fine. And all of it's perfectly fine. There's no, like, final judgment. The gavel falls and, like, you have done some sort of egregious
We got a
thing.
hand
But
here.
it's
Hold on just a second.
yeah. DQ is paying off the previous all-in in order to keep his chips. But
He's
doing
in a
so
hand against JWin.
with chips from the pocket.
Yeah, flops, nut plus straw, ace high, JWin with the best of it with pocket nines. Turns a gutter as well to go with that. But his gutter is no good because the queen would give DQ progress.
He's
So.
asking what do you have? Yeah. What do you have? What I have? Yeah, there's
So
there's
you have
this 300. No.
JWin betting
Mr.
very small. Is that an $80 bet? Yes, $80.
7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, yeah. What was it?
5 of spades on the river.
I
Check,
like
check.
I like the
No,
small
my
bet.
final
JWin.
bet.
I do too there,
Final
actually.
bet was 4,000. And we had all the pre-action.
So the rationale for the small bets like that is that if you are holding a hand that can't, pardon me, win at showdown, but doesn't want to give up the betting lead,
Right, I know, and I love that.
then you bet small because you can convince your opponent when all of their draws or whatever to just like continue because it's like free to continue and realize all of their equity. And then if they brick, you just like win. And there's also an opportunity to perhaps get something like an under pair to yours to be like 80. Like, okay, I guess I'm
Right,
gonna
I'll
just
pay
like,
you off.
or like.
Like 8's probably
like
calls
maybe you
there.
have the heart draw and I don't, or whatever, right? Like
Right.
you could reverse the roles, convince someone with the worst hand to call. But yeah, I love the small bets. I think the small bets have a real place in the strategy and are a little bit underutilized, but they're also tricky to do effectively and consistently. That much is for sure. Big Daddy Chaz here opening with, calling with the 7s out of the straddle. DQ following suit with the 9-6 of clubs. He's going to flop second pair. Big Daddy Chaz has the effective second pair, which is better. And yeah, the original razor is going to get out of the way after we have a donk lead and a quick call.
Yeah.
So
I
if
think
I'm not
the
mistaken, this
action
is a
tracker is
donk
a little
lead.
behind.
Yeah, donk lead from Chaz and a call from DQ here, right?
Yep.
Okay. Action tracker still trying to get caught up.
Yeah, it's all. We don't need an explanation. Action tracker, producer Kristen, you do your thing, and we're just gonna hang back here and just wait for you to catch up. It's all good. No worries.
We got LV Coleman joining us here in the chat. Says evening all. How's
Oh
it
no,
going?
I missed a super chat
what's
from
up, man?
Iron Bite. Oh shoot. All right. All right, be prepared. Next month is Iron Bite Chalupa month. One lucky Tuesday, hot chalupas for the booth, and guaranteed. Okay, yeah. So Iron Bite. I mean, Aaron, you may have missed the part where Aaron said he was not eating carbs anymore.
Yeah, I'm low carb, bro.
I always have strayed away from them, but you know, made an exception to eat a single chalupa. But now it's like neither of us really.
Yeah, the real gross bowel movements are gonna have to come from a different source. As we
Yeah.
did have a check bet call here, as Big Daddy Chaz went for the presumably merged bet there on the turn and checky on the end, I believe, and sevens win at showdown. I'm sorry that we missed that. We had a little bit of a quick river action, but AD, certainly do always appreciate you for your super chats, for your Taco Bell contributions have been epic. And while I still have a deep yearning for the Taco Bell inside of my soul, I can't do it anymore because everything that comes out of Taco Bell is pretty much not compatible with my current diet.
Yes, I will say the biggest thing that I can say about giving up carbs and sugar and stuff like that, all of my joints feel great. You don't notice until you like eat a potato or like a sandwich on real bread.
And then you feel
And then you're
that
like,
they hurt.
wow, like my knees hurt, especially dealing, like my wrists and fingers hurt. And if I don't eat any sugar or carbs,
You feel good.
yeah.
So I just feel good all around, having switched over. But I think one of the biggest things for me is clarity.
Yes.
It's like mental clarity.
I'm also much less irritable.
Uh-huh.
You don't get hangry, you know?
Yeah. No,
That's pretty key for me.
the weirdest thing before I decided to go back, and I had already learned this before when I switched the first time, but then, like I said, I sort of screwed it up, was not feeling hungry and having a ton of energy, right? Like, you're just ready to go. You're like, I could go for a jog right now. And I literally haven't eaten anything since last night, 8 p.m. And it's noon. That's a weird feeling compared to where I used to be, which was I just housed 1,300 calories of all of this shit.
Yeah, well, then you
feel
don't
bloated and heavy and
yeah.
whatever, and I'm tired. It was you'd eat and be tired. And that's a really weird feeling in sort of comparison to now. Anyways, sort of going off on it. Bear with us, everybody.
PDX Sean just making a good little joke here. I think having great joints would make eating less carbs very difficult. And yeah, exactly.
All right, we got a raise to 200 from Yaya, a 3-bet from DQ, and Yaya, true to form, needs to see a flop. Is going to play this one in position. DQ with a couple of 10s does see one overcard on the flop. However, the jack going to generally be one of the better cards if you're going to see an overcard from a calling opponent. I guess sort of just as bad as any of the others, honestly. So it's the jack interacts with the 3-betters range a lot less than the callers range. So honestly, it's not a great flop. Is still going to bet 600, which is just about half pot. Yeah, going to make the call here. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight, one overcard. I mean, this is just pure guts. And we've seen him do this before and then check down a 10 high. So I wonder if checks to him. You have to. Oh my goodness, I am baffled here. Yeah, is literally just playing to make a hand, seemingly.
Yeah.
Your opponent bets flop, checks, and another check. Whoo! All right. I mean, so Yaya's sticking to the script.
Sure.
The script has been stuck to, which is make a hand, get paid. Make a hand, get paid. Play a bunch of hands, make a hand, get paid. If I play a bunch of hands, don't make a hand, then don't bluff. That much has been true, very consistent. I must say that I think a lot of opportunities have been missed here.
Indeed, yes. I absolutely agree that I don't understand exactly what the strategy is.
Yeah. Well, no, I think the strategy has actually been fairly well defined.
Well, no, yeah, and you just explained it
Yeah.
very clearly. Is just get to showdown with the best hand and get paid max
Yeah.
for it.
So-
But the problem is that if you are only betting with the best hand, eventually people are going to figure that one out, and they're just not going to pay you out.
Well, that and there's the much more important side of things, which is it is hard in, sort of a vacuum, whatever, to make a strong hand in poker. We see them all the
It's
time.
hard to make a pair, you know? That's
Yeah,
what they
I mean,
say.
that's the sort of cliched statement, right? It's hard to make a pair. But not only is it hard to make a pair, but then every hand that is ranked higher than a pair is even more unlikely to occur.
Oh, wait a
Therefore-
second. Hold on.
Yeah, no, this
We
hand
got some things going on.
this hand is about to go off the rails.
Or just check.
Bones here is the effective stack, obviously trapping. JWin also trapping. Now with a much more vulnerable hand than he had before. Bet at 200, 2/3 pot here. JWin should be raising here. But as we've seen before,
Yeah.
JWin could play this as a call because we've seen him play a couple of spots already tonight in sort of a little bit more of a passive manner. Is going to just make the call indeed. He's going to play this one to the river, 6 of hearts in position. This is also fine if your opponent is ever bluffing a jack or a 10. And now Bones checks. This is absolutely
Well, JWin
amazing stuff.
can't check here, right? Am I wrong? If somehow he just knows the future and can check, then I'm wrong. But bet's tiny.
So he's targeting a single 9 with this size.
Or a king, or whatever.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, like, the king is sort of assumed. He's targeting down to a 9 at this point with this size. When he gets check raised here, it's going to be a question in his mind. Is it because I made it so small, targeting this small bet? Yeah, but he's not even going to think about it. And he's going to realize that this pot should have been so much larger.
Bigger. So much bigger. He lost the minimum there, I think.
This is the craziest thing, right? Like, we've seen 2 spots tonight where JWin almost certainly from, like, the book, whatever you want to call it.
I mean,
should have
I
gone
don't
for
know
value.
if maybe this is just one of those things that, like, you get in your head because you're running bad. And so your approach to a game like this is, I want to lose the minimum. Like, I don't think I'm going to win here. Like, regardless of what my cards are or how I play these hands, like, I just think I'm going to lose because it's been a tough whatever week,
I mean,
month.
but yeah, it'd have to be like week or month because JWin's up tonight. Like,
Right. So I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
had a rough
sort of
month and
mindset
it's
thing.
like,
Sure.
you know what, I feel like this should be me, but I haven't been able to win consistently for however long it's been.
sure.
So my goal is just to lose more. So I'm going to be more passive and check down more hands and get to showdown with stronger hands than I normally would.
We've got a hand here, 4 ways to a flop. Sorry to cut you off there. We got DQ limping the deuces out of the small blind. Josh here going to flop best. Top pair 9 kicker to go with 6s on board. Faces a lead here from DQ for 450. And I mean, DQ is kind of like, if I can just bet and win, sort of we talked about this scenario earlier, if I can just bet and win, then good. If they ever call, I'm just dead, right?
Sure, yeah.
So if he bets here, it would be out of the ordinary. Yeah, he check back.
Yeah, River's 4 clubs.
Yeah, check. We just check it all the way down, and Josh will win with the aces up and the 9 kicker playing. Yeah. So okay. So there's. I don't know. Did you want to finish your thought there? Or?
I don't know. I feel like my thought was pretty much finished.
Yeah. Yeah. So I feel like there's two paths sort of in the forest, right? Where you start playing off of what is normally understood to be sort of like the game theory play when you're someone
Or even
like
your
studies.
standard play, as
Well,
far as like,
Sure.
I think this is pretty dramatically more passive for JWin than I have seen him play in the past.
Yeah. But like he understands game theory.
Yeah.
So like he's going to play game theory because if once you understand it, if your mind can like wrap around the nuances of like this is a spot and this is how the theory describes
Says that
this scenario, like you're naturally going to be drawn towards it because it makes sense. So JWin is one of those players. And for him to sort of deviate from that is the sort of what I was saying earlier, where it's like you try to zig when normally they expect you to zag, right?
Sure.
Because the new exploit is not to like exploit your opponent because they're playing badly, but like
Exploit them
played-
because they're playing.
No, it's played different because they know what you would normally do in order
Right.
to play.
I mean, I like to think
whatever.
of
It's not an exploit
like
as much as playing
solvers and GTO as how you would expect someone else to play in a given scenario, as much as a guide to how you should play. And if you are giving enough credit to how you think it would be for other people to play, as opposed to how like a guide or suggestion for you to play, I think it changes your approach.
JWin is going to let go of the bottom end of the up and downer. I wasn't sure how this hand was going to play out, but yeah is just going to go ahead and bet with the top pair no kicker and win. But yeah, so I mean there will never be like a single answer to how or why people make the decisions that they do, right?
But you always want to deviate from whatever the expectation that your opponent has of what you would do. So,
I
because
don't.
otherwise you're playing your cards face up, you know?
Well, I don't know about always being the sort of functional word there, because if you're playing truly balanced, then you are playing in such a way that you're not doing something that your opponent can expect, because you're 50-50 distributed between I am bluffing and I am betting for value, and you don't know which one it is, because like I may still be doing what's expected, which is like this board is favorable to me and I am betting.
Sure.
And therefore, like, that is the expected thing. It doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. It just means that if you're doing it and you're doing it consistently in the correct manner, you're doing it balanced. And it may not be 50-50
Right, if you're
if
doing
I'm
it when
bluffing or
you
whatever. It may be
actually
70-30 based on the
Right,
board
right, right.
texture. But doing the thing that's expected is not necessarily a bad thing, right? We see this all the time, especially at 1-2. And these are the things where, like, maybe the lower stakes players can just sort of intuitively pick up on it. I open pre-flop. I get one call out of the blinds. It comes ace high. I don't have shit, but like they check to me, and I just bet. And then they fold, and I win. And people sort of intuitively get that because it just kind of makes sense. It just, that's my board. It's not yours. I bet I win. And it's so skewed that
We have
even
a
the
hand
low
here.
stakes
We
players
gotta-
will make that happen. But you're right. We have a very big hand developing here.
Yeah, we are pre-flop still. Jeremy made it 1.3. He has 4K behind. It's all in the call. He's got jacks versus so.
Yeah, and while Jeremy's hand does look too good to fold, this is a early middle position open. So actually just an early position open because we probably have multiple straddles here, so the +3 isn't going to fully represent the coordination of the blinds, I believe. So this is going to be Jeremy, small blind, big blind, single straddle. Caitlin would have been the double straddle. So this is actually like a UTG1 open. So this is actually a very strong range. Jacks are going to be kind of middle of the road against this 4-bet jamming range. I think either play is perfectly fine. I think the fold off of 4K is maybe a little bit nitty. Would be sort of best in this
I
scenario.
would be very surprised if Jeremy folds there, just knowing him as a player. I think he calls
Yeah, and he does.
98.9% of the time.
Does make the call, is way behind, does need help, and appears that we are ripping
I see
it.
a 7. Is that a 7? I see a
7 and a
that's
deuce.
still- yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. That was a 3.
7, 3, 6.
All right. Still needing a
Jack!
jack. It's a jack,
Oh.
but there's a diamond draw. Not to be. As
Jacks are good.
Oh, no. I mistook the red heart for the
Yeah, they
diamond.
had each other's flush out, so it didn't matter. The jack was all he needed. Chaz was drawing dead on the turn.
That is
Yeah, I'm
a
sure.
very fortunate turn.
I don't know if they turned their cards up before they ran out the board. But I imagine when Chaz saw what he was up against, he was like, oh, all right, let's go.
Yeah, cards face up before the turn or not. It's a pretty gnarly
imagine
situation given the fact that there was 11K in the pot pre-flop and Chaz had 3/4 of the equity.
Yep.
I was definitely
And even more on the flop. Jeremy
But,
here?
you know, that means 1 out of every 4 times this is going to happen. And you have to just live with that.
Well, so that's the other other side of the coin, which is that when you're Jeremy and you have a hand as strong as Jack's, you are going to be ahead of Ace-King and roughly just flipping a coin against them, right?
Right.
After you take all of the sort of chips that have already gone into the pot and you pull them in, you just think about the final wager and like how much Jeremy had to call in order to try to win. It's no longer like I put in my 5K and you put in your 5K and we have 50% equity and we just go for it. It's no longer like that, right? Because it was a 4-bet pot. So the pot was already up to like 2,500 and he needed to call off his 4K. So now the pot goes up to 11. He had to put 4 into it.
Yeah.
Now
How do
he
you
only needs
ever-
30-some%
Yeah.
equity. So the times that he's ahead is like 56% equity, 54, whatever, depending on suits. And then the times that he's behind, he still has 25%. We saw you had 25% equity there.
And it
So
would
you
be
average
the
that
same
all
if he's
together.
up against aces, kings, queens. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. So
Yeah.
you pile it in there, and this is the result sometimes, which is it
Right.
seems unlikely. It seems like, oh, you got
Well, and
super
people
lucky,
are always
and he
like,
did.
oh my God, I had 75% equity and blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, you have to realize that like 1 out of every 4 times, you're going to lose that hand. If you play that exactly the same way every time and you get it all in against an overpair every time, you're going to lose.
Run it out 100 times, 25 times, you're going to lose.
Yeah.
That seems excessive, but it's just the way it is.
In reality, when you're ahead and you lose, it feels like, oh my God, I can't believe they called me with that garbage and got there and
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. But the reality is that, like,
Yeah.
when you say, oh, they only had 25% equity, they should have lost, it sounds way worse than it actually is in reality. Like, it's like, oh, well, I was ahead. Like, they only had 45% equity or whatever. But, like, when you think about that in real terms, that's a flip. Like, yeah, okay, you're slightly ahead, but 45 versus 55, that means half the time you're losing.
Yeah, almost, yeah. And I mean, let's be honest, the 25% equity was also because we could see that some of the, like one of the kings was gone, which shifted the equities.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what it was that we saw, but I believe it was one of the kings was gone, which would shift the equities something to that tune. Because normally it would be just an overpair versus an underpair. It's going to be more like an 80-20.
Sure.
Especially when both suits were covered, right?
Yeah.
Like we saw. So anyways, we had additional information, so it was a little bit worse than that from a pure
But
just like try to calculate the odds without any information standpoint. But
Still, at the table on a regular basis, if someone told you you have 80% equity in a hand, and then you ran out the board 10 times, and you lost twice, you'd be like, God, I want to lose twice here. And that's exactly what it should be, you know?
yeah.
not the size of your stack.
Yeah, well, and if you lost 3 times, God forbid, right? Like you'd really
Yeah,
just
but you're
sort of
only-
flip the
it's
table.
such a tiny
and it was
sample
not that
size,
much of
but-
a difference than
Yeah.
from what was expected. You're right. JWin here going to fold the ace deuce of hearts. I'm not sure if that was a misread or what, but ace deuce of hearts there seems like a standard open.
And somehow he knew
From
that
the
Chase
cutoff.
just was going to wake up with aces.
Yeah, that's. I'm gonna guess that was a misread between him and Josh. Somehow a card got pitched over his scanner, something like that, because
Well, I mean, he had ace deuce of hearts, right?
that's what was in the scanner.
Well, Chase's cards are. Wow, what is going on here?
Yeah is going to.
Was there a raise?
Oh, we have all
is this
kinds
a
of
du-
action
is this
before
a-
this. Okay, the action tracker is all off here.
Yeah, we're missing something for sure. That's a straddle.
We had Omega straddle.
Straddle to the moon.
I easily fold. Deuce five.
And DQ has 5 deuce off.
He folds. And a pair of ones.
My 10
Yeah, so we missed out on the action pre-flop.
Oh!
Up and downer, but a couple of the aces were bricked out.
Yeah, now we gotta see.
Somehow, some universe, a few parallel planes over, DQ just ripped it there blind and got snapped and then won on the river. But not this one, not this universe. Here are the pair of ones, one in the pre-flop action. Whew. That one could have been spicy. Could you imagine, right? Like, I can imagine it. It just
If Chase just
blew
tries
up.
to
It just
trap
blew
with
up.
his aces and somehow DQ sees a flop and then it
That's,
gets real out of line real fast.
that's half his stack, just like randomly.
Right, and then Chase
goes
just
all
rips
in.
it and then DQ can't fold because he's already put too much money in there and just is like, oh, I don't know, I guess I call.
Yeah, and here I am like spazzing out over the fact that JWin just like folded ace two suited, and like the blind was 400. Like JWin was playing like 15
Yeah, I guess
blinds,
it
and it
makes
was either jam or fold. It was like, oh wait, sorry, let's.
Yeah, we
Let's
missed
rewind.
some stuff there.
All right, once again though, we have some very large pre-flop action, mostly blind. I can imagine. I once again think we might be missing some. No, we do have a third straddle in.
Well, we got
It was
some people
200.
definitely digging into the drink bucket. We got that big old Malibu bottle on the table. So the action's getting spicy.
Yeah, but so there were indeed multiple straddles here. Chaz came in for a squeeze out of the first straddle. DQ here out of the third straddle. Makes the call. Chaz here flops second pair top kicker.
Has DQ looked
Continues
at
for
his
600.
hand yet?
Has he
Do
what?
we know? Do we know if he's looked at his hand yet?
I don't know.
I don't think he has.
With the way that the cards are splayed out there, I would be.
Well, he's got a card protector over the scanner. So I think,
Yeah, that's the usual.
like,
sort of-
I haven't looked.
Yeah.
Like, when I look at them, I'll make that clear by showing the scanner to the cameras.
Yeah, that is sort of standard operating procedure here for DQ. So now Chaz needs to identify whether or not he should be jamming for value. DQ obviously has much more than 1,700 behind, obviously. We can see that. But there is 3.3K in the middle, and DQ is sitting on something around
It's
a
like
pot size bet.
3,200. Yeah.
30, there's like 31, 32 there.
It's 32 if my eyes. I mean, if those stacks are even, not including the chips that he's shuffling right now, it's 31 or 32. I guess it's probably 31.
So Chaz here going to go for a 2/3 value bet here with the top two with the top kicker. And DQ now.
Still hit by the time the stream's over.
Still, as far as we know, hasn't looked at his cards. So.
Well, at this point, though, right, to make a decision without even identifying your cards is suicidal. I would imagine.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, DQ has done some wacky stuff, but to make a decision based on no information at all,
Well, he's
you
only
could
got
you could have 9-3 of hearts right now, and you
Well,
just like
and it doesn't
decide
matter
to
what
call.
he has if he doesn't look at his cards first. Chaz is never folding. So, I mean, if somehow you can tell from here that you are just holding a king or pocket sevens or something stupid, and you want to just ship it, here you just jam over the top. But I think we would all I don't know. I think we'd have to go back and look at the.
No, I'm at this point. I'm certain that DQ has looked at his cards. There's no point in making like gut decision here without looking at them. So he must have looked at them, and now he actually must have something probably quite weak. It's either like pocket fives or 7-4, right? Like playing the 8 kicker on board, something of that nature.
I'm not convinced that he's looked, to be fair.
Well, I mean, you could tell me with certainty that he hadn't, and I'd be like, oh, okay. But like, I just don't understand making a thought. Like, what is the point of the hamster getting on the wheel if you have no information to go from other than bet, check, bet? I mean, that's not enough to tell you whether your hand is worthy of a call.
Sure. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't disagree with you, but I also.
I think DQ, he's looked at his cards, and he's got some sort of middling strength hand.
Someone in the chat.
He's gonna
tell
make
us,
the
has
call.
he looked? Oh, he had
DQ
looked.
shows ace-7.
Oh,
There
yeah.
it is. Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense
It does,
because
absolutely.
the 7, actually ace-7 I think is probably just one of his best bluff catchers. You take all of your 8 no kickers if you show up there with them. We also don't know if he looked at his hand at any point during the hand up until the river, right? Like, it's unclear to us, so we don't know really what happened. But if he just showed up at the river with that hand, and like that was the first time he saw his hand, I think it's a slam dunk call.
100%.
So
I think he had looked at it before this.
yeah, no, that's
Because
probably
he didn't touch his cards on the river, so he already knew what he's holding.
yeah. And a fantastic spot for Chaz to just go for value. And by not going all in there, he gives his opponent an opportunity to call with the hand as weak as, a bad 7. Call with the best 7, which I think,
It's a call.
honestly, even an all-in is going to... You're so far up. Like, how many other better hands do you have, right? Because it's also just hard to have a 7 or an 8, right? Like, that was wasn't that a 3-bet pot pre? I mean, maybe I'm tripping, but I thought it was. I thought Chaz squeezed and DQ called. I don't
have
know.
to go back
It's all,
and
it's all
rewatch
blurring
it.
together for me now, but we have a dealer change. Tyler in the box. That means it's time. $25 single board PLO bomb pot.
You always fold, you never bluff anymore, dude.
Yep.
Squirroo saying the way he showed tells me he looked.
Oh
Yeah,
no! Once he showed his cards,
that much is
I
true.
mean, it's very clear that he had looked at them already. But before showdown, when he was still contemplating it, the way his cards were situated on the table,
and
his-
specifically the
and the
counter.
card protector over the scanner, and his cards separate from each other, looking kind of askew, gave me the impression that possibly he had never looked at his cards. We do have a dealer change bomb pot. Caitlin has middle set.
I mean, I've never seen it, but you might.
Check it over. King 7-4, 2 diamonds.
Except, I wonder why.
Right now we are seeing Caitlin with middle set. We see Jeremy with the nut flush draw. 5 of spades.
Because you must
on the
believe
turn.
I am capable of bluffing.
Caitlin's still checking.
Right?
Yaya's got pocket aces and a straight draw to the bottom end of the straight, and he's holding his own out. So that's
Yeah, it's sort of a mini wrap, I guess, but blocking
he's
a
blocking.
lot of his wrap out.
Well, besides.
The fact that this many players are
Well, no one's bet anything, so.
sure. Yeah, but just letting that one go,
Yeah,
I think.
Bones bets 200. Gets all the way back around to Big Daddy Chaz. No idea what he's holding. He's going to let it go. We do have, looks like 4 players continuing here to the river.
5 even, yeah. Caitlin here
5, sorry.
should have probably been feeling fairly confident about her set of 7s all the way up until you put a one-liner to a straight. Any 6X that
Yeah, but
includes
one-liner
a
to a
3,
straight is not the
through
same
a
as
9.
PLO as it is in Hold'em. So you still have to have 2 cards to that straight in your hand. You can't just play a 6 here.
that much is true, but when you have 3 other cards, like a lot of people will get here with danglers. You'll have like ace X of diamonds, and then you just randomly had like 6-3 of dog shit, and now that's a straight, you know. So
Straight to the 8.
who knows? But Bones is gonna
Showdown
make
the 6-3 of dog shit.
6-3 of dog shit is there.
And Josh is going to showdown.
No, he's got
the
6-8, man. 6-8 is way better than 6-3.
Oh, they both have 6-8. Well, he also had 6-3. I just thought it was the
I'm
3.
kidding.
I
But that
couldn't
is
tell what
awesome.
he actually had, but
Yeah. So they both actually had turned it and sort of recognized that the nut straight in PLO is always very vulnerable.
Yeah.
So let's see a river first before we put chips in the middle. There you go, though. Those players going to chop it with the straight. It's time to gamble. And I lost to you once again, so once again, you get to decide who goes first.
oh, let's see. Hang
Still a
on.
lot of sets. And
You will go first.
then
Unleash the fury, Streamlabs. Give me something to work with. I would prefer something over 20, please.
Never improved.
22 coming your way.
86!
Oh, no.
Oh, please tell me I can win with that. Please tell me I can win with that.
nuts turns into super nuts.
97, 97, 97.
If you get 87, I'm going to vomit. Ooh, an 8.
Oh, okay.
That's not good.
I mean, if I'm going to use a shitty roll, I would like to use it against your 86. So
Yeah, no, that's
that's
fair.
perfect.
Unlike my 1 against your 3,
Yes.
which was astronomically bad. Thank you for my $20 back.
You're welcome. What does that put you at? Down?
Down 40 still.
All right, all right. I'm even, so I'll take it. All right,
6-5
queen 9
deuce.
off, 8-6 off. Who knows? 6 high flop. 2
Chase here.
spades.
Chase here actually donked, I think. So we're
Of course.
still on the flop action. Chase donked, yeah, raised, and Chase called after DQ got out of the way. We are now heads up to a turn card. A little bit of a lag in the action tracking. There we go.
Oh,
Everything
so
caught
close,
up.
man. The next roll was a 93.
Oh, you needed someone to scoop your dog
JTN
shit.
1968 got the 93.
Good job waiting. Thank you for not jumping in there and scooting in. Graham also tried to pop in there. So. Oh, but Graham must have been gambling too early.
All right, the board ran out. All spades. Yaya had spades.
Yeah.
Man,
But
I won
you
a nice
check
pot yesterday, where I got it in real bad. It just went runner straight flush. Felt a little bad about it.
You
But
made a straight flush.
I
and you beat a better
did.
hand. That's pretty gross.
yeah, it was top set, and I had like a straight draw and a backdoor flush draw.
You went runner.
And but
straight
he
flush.
only had like $300 at a 2-5 game. So when he shipped it, I was like, whatever, I call.
Okay.
And I literally said like, I'll double you up. It's fine.
Yeah.
And then it just
I
went
like the fact that you're
big,
even
big.
calling 3 flops.
JWin here. 8 of hearts, 8 of clubs.
Not
Plus 2.
But when I looked at that, I was like, oh, no. That was fun. Yes.
ready to.
I saw a pretty spicy hand a couple of days ago.
Definitely didn't think you were afraid.
Chase made runner quads to beat flop top set, and he got the quads of the day.
Oh yeah,
with
the
it.
fours. Yes.
Quad
I
fours.
remember that.
Came king
Quads
high
of the
board.
day today's 8s. JWin holding pocket 8s right now. Oh, not gonna happen.
I know we snapped. See the 8 of
Bummer.
diamonds. Forward. Jeremy though gonna put pocket jacks to work again. The pocket JWins
It would be too hard.
makes the call here from the straddle. This was an under the gun open from JWin, and JWin will bet small here.
Technically, yeah.
Jeremy will make the call.
60.
One liner to a wheel.
I am
button.
once a week. I drive to Houston.
Check from Jeremy.
When I'm
JWin can still get small value from something like a 3, but yeah, the check and then bet river for small value is way better.
How much time do you spend around Coke?
Board pairs the ace, and Jeremy should be feeling much better about himself.
no, I'm
I
sorry.
would still like to see a check from him.
Sorry. When
but he's going to bet and hope to get called by worse. JWin may just have a worse hand that will call.
Well, I think I would be.
Yeah, but
I would call with eights.
it's not like cubicle.
Yeah, no, I think
JWin
that's
called me down with
pretty
king
standard.
high the other day on a very similar run out. So I will be shocked if he folds.
Yeah, no, I don't think a fold is in order. For 250, you just pay the man his money. He has a 5, he has it. If he doesn't, then
If
you
he's
pretty
anything,
much win.
you have.
It is 375, so it's a little bit larger than I thought. I thought it was 250, so it's 375.
My door shut.
Oh, he's just gonna let it go. I'm so.
JWin.
He apparently thinks I am 100% full of shit,
Books in his
and that Jeremy is never full of shit because he literally paid me off with
called you down.
call me down
Oh wait,
on
you
a
were
very
good.
sigular board.
You were good though.
Yeah, I pocket
Oh.
deuces. Same
Oh,
run
that's
out,
right. I remember that.
and I was like, well, okay, I guess so.
Yeah, you thought you were losing, and then he turns over king.
Well, I was like, I don't think he crossed me with anything else, but like, I also just didn't think that anything else was at the river.
Bluffing with the best hand.
Yeah. Yep.
Gotta love it.
Yeah. When I that one was definitely a surprise.
All right, 5, 10, 25, and 50. Now we got an open to 200 here from
Oh,
Skeeto
queens
Josh.
again.
Couple of red ladies.
Ladies.
I saw a face card.
Snap 2 other queens folded, so Josh
I
will
always
not
get
be
it wrong,
making
and I
quads.
swear that's exactly what I see.
The last time it happened, I said I saw black cards and they were both red.
JWin will make the call from the straddle position. This is once again straddle versus UTG. Comes king high with a couple of hearts, 1 diamond. Gut shot here for JWin and a
Like I
backdoor
do it all the
flush
time, and
draw.
I swear that's what I see.
I don't know. If
John?
I have JWin's hand, I kind of like this a lot.
Yeah, but it's tricky to play these king high boards as check raises. So yeah, he's going to come in for the
Yeah.
check call, which
I'm
I
not
think
saying
is
that
fine.
I mean, I think this is, well, now a heart comes out, so that changes.
Yeah, easy check back here from Josh most of the time, but he's going to bet 500 nonetheless. He says,
He's
no.
holding the queen of hearts. I'm sure that is, I don't know.
Yeah, the tricky thing
think.
here that most people sort of think through is like, can I bet, get raised, and make the call? And I think queens with the queen of hearts is like right on the edge of betting and calling a raise. And if that check raise is huge, like, ugh, God, sucks. Because what if it's just like a, I mean, best card in the deck for you, like quote unquote, is like deuce of clubs, and then your opponent bets 5K. Like, what are you doing? You know, like, eh. So betting the queens there is just kind of tough. I probably wouldn't do it. Quick note for all my opponents there, but I also might not even bet the flop. You never know. Josh, though, foot on the gas pedal, wins that hand, and foot on the gas pedal again, perhaps. 25 to go, and he's like, wait, what is it, 25? Nah, bro, just make it a hundy. Nope, he is just going to limp it. Never mind.
Yaya's got pocket nines here. He's gonna 10x raise to 250. Caitlin's got ace king of clubs. Makes it 740, I think. Yep.
I'm so not like amazing musician though. So when someone's good, it's just like that much more amazing. Like, man, it's impressive.
I stumbled across
Josh, go.
Yeah, here, not one to fold a hand like nines is going to just put her to the test, and yeah, you just have to do it.
Yep.
Ace king suited, way too strong to fold. Sucks to put it all in with a quote-unquote drawing hand, but
I've
such
heard
is
that,
life.
but I've also seen it win at Showdown a lot without ever hitting any. Oh, a 9.
Yeah, king high board, but a 9 out there, and an ace on the end just to
Just to
sort
rub
of,
it in a little.
yeah, just to kind of rub it in. You looked like you were good, and
Yeah, that guy's obviously like a savant. Those people are.
yeah, will pick up.
Yeah,
some chips
man.
It's probably the only thing he can do. He's probably like can't function.
on a very unfortunate run out here for Kaylin.
Do that kind of thing with.
That is for sure.
The internet is pretty awesome.
Yeah, we'll move a little bit back upwards.
Really fucking scary.
Did have some
Next
requests
live
for the
stream.
cumulative winnings here in the chat. I think we are going to get that for you here before long.
I hope so.
Caitlin pulling out a fresh batch of Hundies, hot off the press. Is going to rebuy. The straddle will be coming out here momentarily. Yep, Josh going to put the 20 on. And that looks like that's as far as it's going to go this time. Chase, first act, he'll let it go.
Just trying to make some money on YouTube.
I fell down the rabbit hole of UFC.
And yeah, that, I mean, so the ace king suited all in pre, like I've been there so many times, and it's just like, this is what I'm just resigned to, right? Like,
Well, and you
your
can
opponent
never
can
fold
have
there.
so many different things, most of which you're just behind because you already blocked the shit out of all of the other like ace X combos.
Yeah.
And so you probably just behind and need to hit something, but you also have a ton of equity, and like flip that coin 100 times.
But
you're gonna
especially on a
hit
stream
it.
game, I think the bottom line is that like I don't think you can ever let your opponents know that you're folding that
I do
there.
kind of the same thing with like
Sure.
Halo game. Like,
Yeah.
So I think particularly in the circumstance where someone can go back and look at that,
I like watching
like you can't
fucking crazy.
fold that there. We do have a very spicy hand mixing up here. Josh has second pair, open-ended, DQ sitting on the bottom end of the street.
Bones is out of the way, so heads up to the turn. Ace of hearts doesn't change the
They're
texture.
both sitting very deep now.
Did you watch the like World Chess?
So DQ looking at about 10K, Josh sitting over 13 right now.
Carlson.
Overbets the pot here from DQ. He really just wants to win right now.
Yeah.
He doesn't want his opponent to see a river card with that 9.
He shows him what he had, and
Yeah.
I think Josh is saying, well,
Seen how
now that I know what you had,
on YouTube.
I don't know. Maybe I could have won that hand. I don't know.
Yeah, but the problem is that if an 8 comes, then, sorry, a 10, right? Like if a 10 comes, then like DQ probably doesn't just like pile the rest of the chips in.
Sure.
So there are certain spots in poker, right, where you have a draw that like if it hits, you're now like guaranteed the pot. But if only lots of chips go in before you make your hand and will never get more chips in after
Once
you make your
make
hand,
it.
then it's really just kind of not even that worth it to play your hand, right? Because like all the chips were going to go in before, and if you're especially in a spot like that where you're going to lose like 70, almost 80% of the time,
Sure.
whatever it was, he had 8 out, whatever. Yeah, like 80% of the time you're just going to lose. Well, then, you know, you can't get any more. You can only get what's in there. The guy overbet the pot, so you just fold. Totally reasonable.
Oh, no, I mean, there's no debate about that.
Yep.
A level what? Chess player?
Some fun banter back and forth here in the chat.
He's a rapper.
Love you guys, by the way. Thank you to everyone that is here hanging out with us tonight. And
Speaking of all you guys who are hanging out with us here tonight, we are looking at 182 likes. I don't know, I feel like we could do a lot better. I mean, it's okay, but like the stream, guys. Like,
And I got one of them.
DQ likes winning that pot. Flop top pair, 7 kicker, bets and wins.
yeah, we got some chips on this table.
That we do.
17K for Big Daddy Chaz. He is on top of the board, but there are so many chips in them, so
What does that mean?
plenty of opportunity.
Is like classified as a gang?
Sure, 7
I
kicker.
just laid down that 7-9. So
I don't think
Yeah.
that's a kicker.
It is?
He's a good dude.
Depends on what you
Ah.
He's a gangster. He's a good dude.
We got confirmation from Kristen that 17K is. That pink stack looks small compared to the other stacks behind it, but like look at Bones' stack. That looks teeny
Yeah, but
tiny
that
compared
can't
to
be much over a 20 stack of pink, which is
10K.
10K.
But he's a lyrical max.
Okay.
Plus,
All right.
yeah,
No.
17K is right.
I don't
It's
know.
right.
In my mind, I just had like honed in on this 5K number, and that's totally wrong. You're right. All right. On to this hand. We've got
I love when you
Josh
say that I'm
calling.
right and you're wrong.
JWin calling.
It's my favorite thing.
Drink your coffee and be quiet over there. All right. All right. 3 players to a flop. Ace high. Josh has the best hand. JWin with a gut shot to Broadway. Bones with a gut shot to the Jack high straight. Bones pre-flop aggressor is going to c-bet 350. JWin here in position on the button. Yeah, I think a reasonable spot to peel one off. If your opponent slows down on the turn, you can probably take this one away later. And Josh, though, going to come in for this cheeky little check raise. And once again, we see the top pair no kicker coming in for the check raise. And yeah, Bones will get out of the way, and JWin should be right behind him.
Yeah, at least put in the 5 and the 10.
Yeah, I figure there's so many red chips on there. I figure I'm just gonna get them from you guys, and then I could.
When you know that you have like 4 pure outs and that's it, yeah, you just like, oh, I hate my life.
Yeah.
You're getting
Yeah.
fucking green chips out of here.
And if your opponent ever just like flips over Queen Jack there, you're like, well, you just got away with it. Like you got away with it, and it doesn't matter because like King High shouldn't be
Sometimes
winning.
people
this
just
hand.
get away with it, and it's okay. And particularly in a spot where like you haven't invested that much in it, sometimes you just let people get away with it. You're like, whatever.
Yeah. So
That's, or at least my perspective on it. It's like, you know what? Maybe I'm good. Maybe I'm super live. I don't care.
Yeah.
I put
It's like, let's find out
whatever.
if he's got an
Just a limp pot, you know, in like add like a 1-2 game where it's like you're like I'm not paying, like why would I give you more money? Like I might be good on top pair no kicker, but like I don't care.
yeah.
I put $2 in. Let's go. Let's just move on.
Yeah, I think besides the stakes and besides like whether it's like limped or whatever, the main thing is that part of this game, as we were talking about earlier, which is that if you're balanced and you're playing in a manner that makes it sort of challenging for your opponents to understand what's going on, you're also 100% subscribing to a game theory strategy that is going to get bluffed. Like, part of your range is going to fold knowing that your opponent is bluffing some of the time. The goal is not to be like, every time you bluff, I call you with a bluff catcher. It's like, no, you bluff and I fold. Sometimes that's just the way it is, and you get used to it, and you're sort of okay with it. And you look at your hand, and you're like at the bottom of your value range, and somebody re-raises you, and you just fold. And they're bluffing you sometimes. That's fine. You call them with the topper part.
The topper part.
You call them with the topper part. And you're damn right. You heard it here first, people. Caitlin once again working the 9s, and once again not going to win the pot.
No. Josh just.
Well, actually, the last time she lost to the 9s, it was Ace King versus 9s. Prior to that, she had 9s, but now the 9s are no good. She is in there, though, betting a $400 wager. She is 1/3 pot, and Josh.
I don't know how I feel about
pumped.
this with the ace. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think betting the flop, perfectly fine.
Betting the
turn is.
no. When she gets called in 2 spots, oh, and then the 3. I mean, Yaya will be very glad that he folded this hand, but he would have rivered a boat, and it would have been
Yeah,
no good.
in this very moment in the past is sort of like
Yaya is
wants
like,
to flip the
oh
tabor.
god, gross.
Flip the tabor. Yeah. Caitlin's still betting. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, I don't like it. Not advisable, folks.
You don't.
Josh
yeah,
just call, and
no,
I
he
don't
says
know
all
how it
in.
doesn't even. Oh, does he raise on? Yeah, kill. Snap.
Or he said something that was. The
No, I think
equivalent.
you have to have, you know, a different gear to switch to in that spot, and I just think she did not downshift.
Betting 9s there is a merge that isn't
Well,
advisable.
particularly when she gets, I mean, she gets called 2 ways on the flop, continues betting. I don't think that's great when the ace comes out. And then when she continues betting on the river, I just don't understand. Like,
Well, so from like in the poker parlance, that would be considered a merge where you're trying to get called by a worse and get a better hand to fold, but there just aren't any better hands that will fold.
Right.
Because
A better hand is
Josh-
either a 10, an ace, or ace 10, or pocket threes. Like all of those hands are calling you. Or even
any ace
king.
even.
Yeah,
Any
that's
ace
what I'm saying. Just an ace, no kicker, is still calling.
is still calling.
100% of the time.
And your opponent doesn't ever have jacks or queens or kings that
It
could
didn't-
be intimidated by the ace and somehow find a fold. Doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
So betting the nines is then, at that point, only trying to extract value from a weaker hand, and almost every weaker hand, if not every weaker hand, is going to fold.
Right,
for-
so
to
once
three
you get
barrels.
to the river,
Yeah, exactly.
if you got that far and you want to, I mean, then you, in theory, you still have showdown value. So why are you?
Oh, she had a ton of showdown
Yeah.
value.
So why are
on
you
the turn.
trying to?
Well, no, they made it like.
Yeah, no, I mean, and we don't need to like pick it apart too hard. It's just
Seven
betting.
Deuce gonna win this. Just
Betting
F-
when the texture changes to dramatically shift the equities away from your hand if you are behind is just not advised. When the texture changes, but there are a lot of hands that you are still ahead of that will not be inclined to fold to the bet size that you've chosen, betting can still be fine. If she had bet 1/5 pot on the turn, I'm not saying that I would have loved it, but it would have been infinitely better than betting 1/3 pot, because the ace is going to scare off so many bad cards, or so many bad hands that were worse than hers that could still continue. Pocket eights, pocket sevens, whatever. But maybe 1/5, they still peel one off, maybe. But you could start to consider there being a maybe
Because
there
when you got
for
when you
1/5.
got aces,
At
you-
1/3, it's not going to happen. Now things that are going to call you are tens, aces.
Right.
Like,
that last person's gonna
Anything that
calling.
called a third, you're losing to an ace.
yeah.
That's
And if
the
you
button.
bet 1/5, maybe king jack that just turned
Right.
a gutter with 2 overs to the tens.
Can
Maybe
justify
they
calling,
can call.
yeah.
And you can get value from that. But you go a little bit too big, you get called, and you definitely need to shut it down on the river.
I'm sorry
anyway.
if we're upsetting anyone. And Caitlin, I love you.
It's an interesting game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, whenever we talk through the nuances of a hand, it's certainly from our perspective, it's not going to be infallible. It's not going to be perfect. I certainly know that my analysis
Oh,
is
yeah.
not perfect. but-
I've seen Aaron lose tons of hands. Let me tell you.
Thanks for that. But
Hey guys, we saw him fold a flush,
that's right.
a flopped flush.
That's right. I did. I folded it.
And
But just to finish pulling that thread is that whenever we see something and we make a comment on it, it's always to
In the future, when we
promote a discussion, to sort of put more information out there. And one of
Well,
my
just
my
to
hopes
kind of
always too.
think through these hands and what
Although Chaz is okay with it, I say we continue.
to have a better understanding. For me, kind of having a better understanding of what anyone would do in the situation and why.
Yeah. And in particular, I want both the viewers and the players that come back to rewatch it to hear like a very subjective view from like someone who's looking at the top down, sort of like this and then this and then this. Like that's how I see it, and I could still get it wrong, but I'm going to do my best to get it right. And if I can put that to words for that one of either the viewer or the player to come back and hear that,
And
see
there
that,
is
put their
absolutely
own
no
hamster on the wheel.
question
Perfect.
that in the moment, in that specific spot, we all make like our thought process is different. It's rushed, and sometimes you choose the wrong outcome in that moment. But in retrospect, you can say, "Wow, why didn't I see it that way?"
Caitlin here with the jack high flush flopped and a fourth heart on board though. She almost has a hand that's a little bit handcuffed to continue for another street, but she's going to get away from it. Yeah, doesn't have his card scanned, so we're not quite sure what he had. But Caitlin not willing to get herself into a spot where she would potentially have to play for the rest of pot size bet there on the end. Understandable, but also when she has three hearts in her hand, it's almost like
She only had two.
love the idea of
Oh, no, you're right. The others were diamonds. Sorry, it was a fourth heart on board is what it was. So she...
There are fewer hearts that exist
Yeah.
in the deck, but
I definitely want
Those sorts of scenarios, I'm by no means a PLO expert, but those are the sorts of scenarios where you start to take the weaker flushes and call with them more frequently, because it shifts it more likely for your opponent to just have the naked ace of hearts. Just by that one card, the one extra heart that you can account for, makes that more likely. Doesn't mean that you're just going to win all the time,
Well,
but
my wife is in.
that's my tiny little sliver of PLO knowledge.
thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, it is 8:39. We are.
Oh, I think we still have a couple minutes. Honestly.
Yeah, we are still gonna wait for a while so we can gamble again. But we are solidly into the second half of the broadcast. Once again, do want to thank all of y'all for coming in, hanging out with us.
Yeah.
Actually,
We still have an hour and 20 minutes though, so don't go anywhere. Snow Monkey
it's
agrees with
honestly
you,
been,
but I don't know what he agrees with you about.
Chill as far as like
100.
being around us a lot, you know.
That's what.
She
And
hates
how
hides out
much?
in her room.
Chase here, Ace
most of
King
the day.
suited.
This is also,
Did
you
make
know,
a
perfect
very
for
large
life
raise
stuff.
pre. Josh made the call. And after check on the flop, he's going to donk lead out here. Not really a donk, it's probe for 500. The difference there being the fact that Chase had conceded the betting lead. So now a bet is a probe instead of a donk. Chase is going to let it
Doesn't matter what
go.
you guys call it. It's the same. No, I'm just kidding.
No, not on the river or on the turn. I love the terminology because
Set up on live stream.
Nice.
It's just a basis for arguments that can arise at any point in time.
You had two.
well, but it actually also defines things because like
No, it
the
does,
difference
very
between
clearly,
donk
I'm-
and probe
I'm
is
not- I'm
huge.
just being contrary.
You're such a probe.
There's no way he's bumping around other people.
He never actually
Just leaving that one out there for you.
He has it on.
It's just there is an office.
All right, I'm going to let you handle this one. Going to go use the restroom, refill my water, and I will be right back.
Will you also grab me a Topo Chico, a lime Topo Chico? I can speak. Words are hard. All right. I hope that you guys can handle sticking around with just me for the next
Josh needs some work.
5 minutes, maybe max.
Did you say 180?
180.
Okay.
All right. Looks like let's catch up with this. All right, Chase made it 180. Caitlin called. And JWin also calling. 10 high board. JWin and Chase both holding hearts. Caitlin has top pair and is holding spades. 1 heart, 1 spade on board.
On YouTube?
Chase has second pair. Caitlin has top pair.
Yeah. So, should have scheduled it.
Squire, it's like 7 minutes in heaven, except it's only 5 minutes. And JWin just turns the straight, and Caitlin and Chase both drawing dead.
He's the fucking guy that keeps getting 3-4.
Okay, that's right. And that's exactly
And
why we
queens.
needed
It's
a
a
jack.
3-4 queens.
His
How about
jack,
this one? Gonna make
he
a
gets
bet.
the chips. Your jack. Right? Makes sense.
Makes a lot.
Makes a lot of sense.
That's 650, I think, into 1.2K, so 50%.
Okay, so we got Gan over there.
About it. You just want to, like, go in blind?
JWin holding the nuts. Have your response?
I gotta admit, if the night continues, this might be my best poker night of my life.
Okay, do you have any big chips?
Against this turnout.
That's
Good to hear.
inquiring about what Caitlin has behind, I think.
You definitely been running good. I definitely made the right call with your
I
all-in.
cannot hear the Skittle talk.
Definitely hit trip queen.
Still hit it.
Yeah. So.
Made one really bad holding for me. I'm lucky.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am kind of talking to myself. I can't hear
You'll
anything.
rewatch it.
Because you know the likelihood of me calling you.
I need Aaron in here so I have someone to talk to.
Highly likely, so for you to make that move right there tells me like.
All right. JWin makes it 1100. Chase gets out of the way.
How much you want to bet?
And
I bet you $2.
oh, sorry.
That
He made it
you
1300 because 1100 was not enough.
Yeah.
Literally still looks like
Well,
Take
no,
this
I
one
can see it now.
I would have done the same thing.
the awkward. I accept. Oh, you don't. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's an acceptance actually was. It's actually not love.
Yeah, it took you a while to figure out what to say and how to say it, so that tells me it was
Sitting
not
on
a lot.
2.2
I mean, I'll be able to
behind.
rewind.
The fact that you didn't accept tells you it was right?
I mean, it is, but it took him a while to like figure out what to say. Like, so
I'll let it go. And we'll move on.
you're not gonna get like
Do that.
max value
You
on your
guess on my run good. You bring it home.
hands, James.
All right, back in the saddle here.
Oh,
Like
because he,
JWin
tried
just
to,
turned the
make it
nizzles and
bluffing,
won.
But like I knew he had it.
Indeed.
Well, I didn't think that the ace
Set up on live stream.
when I put him on, I just didn't know if he had a pair or was it.
The turns do not get much better than that.
That's what the ultimate. I'm okay.
All right, taking a look back here at the chat. 450. You fine folks hanging out. 200 likes on the counter. Thank you guys so much for helping us reach
The only
200 like mark.
if it was Queen Hearts.
Someone asked me, live commentators reading chat. Yes. Yeah, we are reading the chat. We typically do.
Did you really?
Yeah, sometimes it's tricky, especially in the middle of a big hand, something like that. We oftentimes will get a little bit behind, but
Are we doing a new deck bomb pot?
definitely do always enjoy you guys, shouting us out, saying things to us, dropping super chats, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Try to interact with y'all as
I
much
mean,
as we can.
Ted telling me when I am not speaking loud enough. It's so weird because I've got my entire life being told that I am too loud. So anytime someone tells me that I'm not loud enough, I think they're full of shit.
Yeah, no, you're usually quite firmly spoken or something, not softly. Dealer change didn't happen, but Tyler is going to deal an emergency bomb pot nonetheless.
Maybe it was the read. Maybe it was the read.
I love the emergency bomb pot. You just call it. You're like, I need a bomb pot, and like, who's going to say no to that? Like, no one, especially no one at this table.
Yeah, no, I mean, here at Texas Card House Austin, I don't think I've ever seen an emergency bomb pot at like a pretty much full table ever get like vetoed by someone. It doesn't. Oh, look at this.
Ah, that is a beautiful flop. As we
For
get
someone, it's also one of those flops
For
where it's
me,
like
it is.
you're never, like if you have it, are you ever getting paid there?
pocket queens in the turn.
Oh, and he just Josh just has it.
What? He's got it. He flops
Oh,
a
look
royal.
at that beautiful starting hand. Just
and he bets full pot.
double.
He bets
double
full pot.
suited aces. He's got both the. Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like you're just never getting paid there.
That's why you maybe don't bet full pot. I mean,
I think he
you
was
could
just,
get
he
paid,
was
but
just
not
resigned to just be like, no one's ever gonna call, so I just get this.
royal flush on the flop, emergency bomb pot style, man. That is amazing. That was just absolutely amazing.
Oh, was it we're doing deck change bomb pots,
Oh
so
my
anytime that we bring in a
God.
new deck, we're just going to do a bomb pot, which I frankly love and support 100%.
I
But regardless,
also love that, but I also
think
cringe a little.
on-demand bomb pots, we also are in full support of. Because particularly when you're like, man, I can't win a hand playing Hold'em, I'm super stuck. Maybe I can just get lucky in a bomb pot, you know?
Sure. Well,
If you could just like be like, you know what? I'm calling it. Bomb pot time. Let's go. The fact, especially when, the whole table's gonna be like, all right, let's go.
Let's do it.
9-3 is diamonds. 9-3 is right color, wrong shape. Oh, it's time. Is
Are
it
you
time?
ready? I get to call this one. I'm going first.
I hope you roll it.
I already got that one out of my system. It's time to unleash the fury. Paul D here trying to get rid of all of his TCHLive loyalty points. I hope you win them, though. I rolled a 56.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, it's the middle of the road.
Yeah, I could definitely lose here.
I'm feeling good. I gotta have positive energy. You're not gonna get a 73. You're not gonna get a 73. You're not gonna get a 73. You're not gonna get.
Definitely get a 73.
Damn it! You got a 64.
Give me that bully.
I'm just glad I don't eat Taco Bell anymore, so that I just go home and eat all of the shit in my fridge instead of
That's good.
buy a bunch of Taco Bell. Yeah.
Although, to be fair, I feel like low carb, particularly like eating, even if you go to the grocery store.
Chaz, that's kind of how Chaz lost.
Like it's, there's no cheap low carb food.
Let me tell you the truth about that in a moment. As we have Caitlin putting in a raise to 250, Bones making the call out of the hijack here. Going to play strong, unsuited hand in position. Unless Chase gets super frisky and he says call. So it's just going to get a little bit of change back to the pink chip. And we are going to go 3 ways to a flop. Caitlin, the pre-flop aggressor, going to play Lady in the Middle. Very favorable board for words are hearts. Favorable board for pocket sevens. That's 250 here. 1/3 pot. I like a slightly larger size. You don't want to give 2 overs any incentive whatsoever to call.
Yeah, Bones
Suited
gets out of the
overcards.
way. So does Chase. It works out, but I agree that, like, I don't know. I might just call there with ace queen.
Ace
A
10
lot
of
of the
hearts
time.
is calling, right? And you want ace 10 of hearts to be on the fence about calling, and 1/3 is not going to get ace 10 of hearts to fold.
Right.
So 2/3 or 1/2 is going to put them into a little bit more of a spot where they're like, I probably call one and fold turn, and that's where you want them. That's where you
absolutely.
want them. But 1/3,
A
ace 10
third
of
there,
hearts.
I don't know, ace queen especially. I might just raise there, take over the betting lead and see what happens. Just for the sake of, I don't know.
No, but a raise doesn't make any sense. I mean,
maybe that's exactly why I do.
I like to do the shit that nobody ever believes because
know.
it's not real.
Because I think any overpair does that.
No, it doesn't.
Oh.
I don't know. We have a real battle of the best hands in the deck at this point.
8-3 off, 8-6 off. Yeah. Squarely in the lead. However, there's many cards in the deck that will completely counterfeit his hand.
And also just the fact that neither of these hands will ever win on their own merit. Someone will have to bet to win this hand.
I mean, one of them's going to win.
Only if a
But not.
deuce, 4, or 5 comes off on the river. Nope. Chop it up.
Let's do the shot.
Oh my god. Oh
Do you want me to go over there?
Anyone else want a Jaeger?
Jeremy wants one.
All right, give me a cup.
Well, if I'm saying, do you want me to go over there so you can watch the floor? Yes?
I'll do it here.
Are we tagging you in to
Yeah.
super producer status? Super producer Carolyn is going back to her roots and she's going to go produce some stuff superbly. And I am
Malibu, please.
going to fly this ship solo.
I lost my cup.
Well, I'm all on my own over here. So send super chats and future non-carb treats. And also just your well wishes. Also just, drop a deuce in the chat. Drop a deuce in the chat for your boy AA Ron. That's what I want to see. Here we go. Chase here. Gonna make the call. It's a $50 straddle. Couple of limps. Yeah, raises to 200. Big Daddy Chaz now on Queen Jack offsuit and a gigantic bottle of Malibu in hand. Yeah, this is 3-bet city.
An ounce and a half. 2 1100.
Looks to me like 700. Proper squeeze size. If I do say so myself. Josh folds, Chase folds. Yeah, with a mystery hand and a handful of pink chips. Is going to raise it back up. 2100 here. This is a 3x, and Chaz has the quintessential 3-bet because fuck you and fold when they 4-bet hand.
The 5, 10, 50, 100 game.
It is and Yeah can have a whole bunch of weird shit. But when he puts in a 4-bet and you have queen jack offsuit, like, it just doesn't even matter if he can have dog shit. It just doesn't matter. You just lose. You just fold. You go away. I'm sticking with it. I mean, okay, call and play in position is like a stupid, weird alternate universe that I don't subscribe to. But you could, and he will, because Chaz probably knows more about Yeah than I do. We don't know what Yeah has. And queen jack offsuit could just be like crushing his 4-bet range. You never know. But Chaz is in position. 4.3K in the middle, though. This is absolutely astronomical. And honestly, Chaz didn't even have that bad of an equity disparity and gets to play in position. Given the fact that this is the kind of 4-betting hand that Yeah can have, I get it. Oh my god. Okay, we going to see all the chips in the middle, people. Who's ready for this one?
My grandmother.
Top 2 for Chaz. Up and down, up. I mean, yeah, all the chips are in. They're just already in. I was about to call it an up and down, straight, flush, draw, whatever, but I'm just all wrong about that. It's a gut shot with a king high flush draw. Carolyn leaves me, and I instantly go to mush when it comes to announcing the strength of the hands. But it is an all-in for 11.5K. Chaz has top 2 pair. You're never folding. But he's trying to figure out, am I putting... Oh, no, he's already called. He's already called. Oh, full house. Just done. Just game over. Oh, we're running it twice? Still done. Donezo. Yeah, loses. Loses it all.
I was close.
Yeah, will get felted on 2 runouts.
Is that not a good flop? I mean,
As Big Daddy Chaz is the covering stack. Hits a boat on the first one. And a top 2 safe on the second one. Why not?
No,
Yeah, gonna push all of those
I'll get the same thing you get.
chips over to Chaz. Chaz is now sitting on over $30,000. $30,000 at a 5-10 game.
My wife is
I'll let you guys do the math on how many big blinds there are. Somebody do the math? How many deuces did y'all drop in the chat? Because I feel like I didn't see enough deuces. Queen of Poker dropped a deuce in the chat. Thank you so much for that. I see a bunch of spam in the chat. No deuces. Queen of Poker dropped a deuce. You know what, Queen of Poker? You are the Queen of Poker. Everyone else, step up your game, yo. Chaz Smith, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team. You're cool. You're cool. Everyone else? What's going on?
You bastard. You in the middle of a big hand.
After that big hand right there, drop a deuce in the chat for me and for Chaz. Flatting the 4-bet with queen jack off, flopping top 2, and then just somehow winning a 20K pot, whatever the hell that was, 25K pot, just insanity with queen jack offsuit. Absolutely mind-numbing
45 minus 5.
and amazing. Chaz, you're a god.
I'm trying for 25.
Kristen, you're supposed to warn me. There's going to be a massive pot. God, no warning. She knew that was coming. And she just...
So Chaz will continue stacking his chips. He will also play his cards from the rail.
The way you were talking, I thought you
as this is a $25 straddle. $25 straddle. We have a lot of limping. Everyone limps, in fact.
What are you doing?
Super producer Carolyn here has something freaking delicious looking.
I was hungry. I ordered chicken.
Nice. Chicken is good. I like chicken. I've been eating some chicken here recently, I tell you what. Chase here is going to wager with 4 high. JWin with 2 unknown cards, almost certainly better than 4 high. Will call. 7 of spades here on the turn. Carolyn will make a giant mess and wipe it up as if no one saw what happened. Then continue eating slowly. Do the commentary on Carolyn.
Aaron
Words
will
or
sit
hearts? Carolyn eating her
across the
food.
room for me and just judge me.
Well, you spilled chicken onto your computer, wiped it up with your sweater, and a side-eyed look like I didn't see it, so I had to commentate it. Oh my God.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you very much for subscribing. I hope that gets clipped because I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's a lot of Greek letters, and I just hope that you have a name that is somewhat tangentially related to that because I want it to be Rio. I make myself laugh. And thank you to all of the 2 people that dropped a deuce in the chat.
What was the deuce for?
I just wanted people to drop a deuce in the chat. I asked for it, and no, I got 4 of them. That was it.
Yeah, but why was it happening?
Because I wanted.
Oh, you just were like, if you're listening and you want to reply to the request.
You left me. I was all by myself. I said, help me out here, people. Drop me a deuce in the chat since I'm about to fly solo. Queen of Poker dropped me a deuce. Everyone else continued to ramble on about complete chat nonsense. I got upset. I asked for more deuces and I got 4 of them. And those people are gods. Y'all are gods, okay?
Thank you all for making Aaron feel loved.
Thank you. It's been a long time. No, I'm kidding. But I do appreciate you very much, and DQ appreciates finding an ace on this flop because he is almost certainly ahead, and yeah is betting. DQ will go for the check call. Chase has no reason to be in here. Does have a couple of backdoors, but that would be a
Oh, you're getting more deuces now. Congratulations.
Wait, what?
More
I have more deuces? Thank you,
now,
people.
yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. More deuces being dropped on the flop, or board / turn and stuff, because it's a deuce of clubs. Yeah, we'll bet again. 700 this time, which is a sort of down bet, given the size of the flop bet. DQ will look at no one in particular, cut out a call, and put it across the line in just a few moments. There it is.
I was about to comment. I was like, dude, you've been getting a massage for so fucking
Deuce of spades on the end completes the deuce dropping for this hand. I just wanted people to drop deuces, and you know what? We damn well got them. And all in here from 2.6K, and he's probably toast. Probably toast has an ace. Oh my God! It's got ace. That's just a cooler.
Yeah, that's top boat. That's very good there.
That is just a cooler. Makes top boat, and DQ happens to have ace jack against a player that has shown the tendency and the propensity and the affiliation and the ability, and there are more verbs that I can pull out
Somebody
of
break
the
out a
dictionary.
thesaurus.
Yeah, to have a lot less than top boat, and yet he does. And we'll stack up some chippies after losing a lot of them prior to this. Ragnar Overby, I don't usually drop deuces for just anyone. Well, you know what? Thanks.
Aaron is special.
Appreciate you. You know?
Very special guy.
When somebody asks you to just drop trowel. Squeeze
All right.
out
Whoa,
a
whoa, whoa,
Cleveland steamer
Whoa.
on your chest. You just gotta do it.
I know that.
Well, I'm glad someone could
Why I was
make your
because
dreams
I
come
know
true.
my
Aaron.
hand's better than yours.
Tell me, did you just do that again? She's spilling chicken on her computer.
Whatever, it's my
again.
own computer. This is my
Yeah,
personal
well,
computer. Out.
Yeah, and you didn't wipe it up with your sweater this time, so, you know.
Yeah, you can tell me what I
No, I just left it.
Yeah,
Not better.
Let the hamster get that later.
I lay down the best hand.
JWin here, suited wheel ace. I'll make a raise.
Well, actually, that's a complete raise. That's a complete raise. Because you only raised it 75, so he raised it 75.
Huckabee here wants to know what we got for weather here in Texas.
It was
We're hot as
85
fuck.
degrees
That's what we got.
today. It was nuts.
Yeah,
It was so hot.
My AC was running like a bitch, and it
I didn't turn my AC on, and I regret it. And I was like, I can't wait to get out of my house.
No, the
'Cause it was-
AC in my truck was like struggle busing, and I think I
Yeah,
might
your
need to get it
truck's a-
recharged before the summer because it was not good. And now you're spilling on the floor.
I didn't even do anything. I don't have anything on this board.
Excuse me? Would you like to look again? Floor, not fork, floor. Three ways to a flop. A couple of deuces here for Chaz.
I'm gonna start a food fight with Aaron real quick.
I don't have any food. I'm
don't-
gonna have to reach
yeah, so
over and
you're gonna
throw your
lose.
own food at you.
You are going to lose big time.
No, what I'm gonna do is upend that entire bowl of food onto your
Yeah? You think you can do that?
deuce.
I don't think-
I'm gonna drop that deuce. No. Yeah, here. 3 bets to 250.
What's going on here? Oh, yeah. this
Pre-flop action still on board. We had the open, call, 3-bet, call.
is- yeah, the 3-bet I think was a misclick.
No. Open, call. Sorry. Open, 3-bet, call is what we had. And now we hear check on the flop. I see a queen of spades on the turn.
It's like,
The pocket nines are still best, and check for clubs. Clubs. That's how I say clubs. Clubs.
No, wait, I didn't check. I did not check.
Nines
we
are
all
just best.
know.
Yeah, finally checks down a hand and win. Oh no, he doesn't win a showdown, but he could call for 400 and win a showdown.
Good.
I was gonna say, of all the times that Yeah has just like checked down a very marginal, if not totally destroyed hand, and then won with it instead of losing. Oh, he's gonna fold. Ah, jeez.
I was the one in the back for this one, so I knew the results.
And Chaz will fold as well, and JWin will win with the worst hand. Ace high was losing to
no, he had a 4.
deuces and nines.
He had a 4.
Listen, Linda, he had ace high for a minute. And then he had a pair of 4s on the end. And then he bluffed it. He still bluffed it, okay? That was not a value bet. My story, and I'm sticking with it. Drop a deuce in the chat if you think I'm right, and Carolyn can just eat her chicken and be wrong.
That's fine. I'm totally fine with that. I'm just going to eat my chicken and peas. I have to deal with Aaron's constant judgment.
Just never ending. JTN 1968, $10 super chat. Hell yeah, let's go. I have an idea. How about you two in the booth Thursday night so Lottie and Steam Dola can play, or even better / funnier, you two plus Caitlin looking up God knows what and making Aaron speechless. LOL. Looking up God knows what. Wait, like all 4 of us in the booth? Like, wait, me, Caitlin, Carolyn, and me. I just put me in here twice, but like all of us in here, and then them looking stuff up and making me speechless. I don't know about that, but
I will say this. 3 people back here is...
No, it's honestly, so first of all, thank you very much, JTN, for the super chat.
Yes.
Really appreciate you. You're an all-star. Second of all, it's hard enough having 2 of us because, like, so many times I just have random, like, bullshit running through my head and I want to say stuff and you're talking and I'm just like, I want to say stuff now. Or I'm
Can I
sure
talk
vice
now?
versa.
Can I talk now?
I'm sure vice versa. So, it's hard enough having 2. If there were 3 of us in here, it would just be an absolute
It would just be a
house.
like a screaming
At
fest.
42%, I'm supposed to win one of the.
You can talk the loudest.
I gotta win one.
And
But-
I honestly think Caitlin will win.
What I would love though is to play on Thursday, which I love to do already, and to have you and Caitlin.
I want to play on
commentate.
Thursday, man. I haven't played
Okay,
a Thursday.
you commentate, and then Caitlin and Lottie can dog
play,
shit.
Caitlin and Lottie
They can
talk
drop
shit?
deuces on us. Me and you
Yeah,
play,
yeah.
and Caitlin and Lottie
Oh, I like that.
commentate. Here's a shout out to Caitlin. Do a commentary on this Thursday with Lottie, if Lottie's in there, and you and I will play. Are you in?
I mean, I really like the idea. I have to check my schedule. But
I'm gonna light my house on fire if you don't.
you mean my house? Oh, I mean your house.
Yeah, listen, get with it.
All right. Well, that is reason in and of itself to probably play. I'll be home.
There it is. There it is. Tim, I expect advance permission for your wife to come play, because otherwise my house will be burnt down. Sounds terrible.
All right. Pocket jacks.
Chaz and Bones, though. Bones here going for the value 3-bet as you do with 2 red 10s, but this is going to be unfortunate. Chaz can play this 2 ways. This is hijack versus cutoff, so Jacks is sort of middle of the road in terms of 4-bet. The problem is that if you 4-bet, get 5-bet, you hate it. If you 4-bet and get called, you also don't like it. So the 3-bet, I love the call. Chaz will play this one out of position, but with a very strong hand, and is going to stay clean on this board. Checks it over. Bones has 2 options here for sure. Stack to pot ratio a little over 2. Chaz with infinite chips. And Bones, I think equity denial here is largely in his mind. He's going to bet half pot. And when he gets called here, is going to very frequently be pretty pleased with a check turn. Not many cards are going to make him feel inclined to bet. There's a lot of bad cards, and there are no good cards. 10 of spades is literally the only good card in the deck for Bones. That isn't it. Deuce of diamonds isn't bad. It's certainly not bad, but if I'm Bones, I'm perfectly fine with playing this as a check back and play some rivers. He looks to be cutting out his stack to see what his jam would be worth. It is a full pot jam.
Yep.
Also reasonable, but the problem there is that you don't get called by worse very often. 8s is pretty much your exact target. You could put 7s in there, 8s and 7s. So if your target are exactly 8s and 7s, he's going to rip it. So, yeah, 8s and 7s here. I think if you're Chaz, this is a trivial call. When I say trivial, I don't mean that, like, yeah, you never lose, you've just got the stone nuts. I just mean you can't get to this position, face a pot-sized jam, and then fold your hand. It's just too strong.
Absolutely.
It's too far.
I agree, 100%.
He's going to think this one through. I do understand the think through
I mean,
because
he's losing sometimes, occasionally, but I don't think that justifies a fold.
yeah, no, but you have to lose sometimes. That's part of the thing. Sometimes you're going to get bluffed, and sometimes you have to lose. This is one of those times where you just have to lose or perhaps win. And just like before when we saw the Jacks beat the Kings, sometimes you can hit your equity if you're behind. And Jacks is obviously drawing a very thin equity. It's 1 out of 10 if you're behind, but you can sometimes hit that. Chaz fold. That is the hero fold of the minute because that is a bad fold. Bad fold.
Getting early Christmas present from Chaz, who has all the chips in the world. I don't know how. I'm speechless. We're talking about being speechless. I'm speechless.
So okay, so I'm gonna say nothing. Say nothing.
I mean, not really, because it's like your job to talk.
So okay, I'm gonna say half of nothing and half of something, which is that I've played with Bones and I've played with Bones. And Chaz has played with Bones. And Bones going all in is mostly valued.
Yeah.
And let's get back to this PLO single board bomb pot. So, no, okay. So, but the long and short of it there is that when Bones goes all in, he generally has value. Bones is not the biggest bluffer in the world. You heard it here first.
Newsflash.
Yeah.
Coming in hot.
But he'll do it from time to time. There, he thought he was absolutely denying value, right? Like there, he thought he was betting with the he thought he was betting with the best hand and just denying value, and in fact managed to turn his image into a amazing bluff, right? Like he merged tens without knowing it and got jacks to fold, which is astronomical. And at the same time,
that's how you know you're
exactly
good. That's how you know you're good.
It's also exactly what happens when you have the image that Chaz thinks he has in his Chaz
Well, and
mind.
he wasn't deviating from his image because Bones thought he had the best hand. I would assume.
No, all of that is correct. I'm obviously just trying to have fun back here, but
well, stop that.
folding jacks there. So we saw this before, right? I think it was like 2, maybe 3 streams ago when Bones himself folded like queens on like a 10 high board or something like that. He like folded it, or jacks. No, sorry, it was jacks, and his opponent did have like ace king, right? And he folded it. And it's like, you can't get here. And it was to Chaz. That's who it was. Chaz ripped it all in with the ace king, and Bones folded the jacks, and it was like, you just can't fold here. It was the same scenario, but in reverse, and the images were reversed.
Right.
Chaz is the guy that can do it with ace king, for sure, and Bones folded the jacks. And now here we have the spot where Chaz is like, I have the jacks, but you can always have all the other stuff and never do it with ace king, and folds. And yet, the same thing was sort of reversed. How many times did I just say that? Too many.
Yeah, sure. I think once, so yeah.
Listen, I'm about to fill your
there's a question
computer
about
with
my
Topo
chicken,
Chico and chicken.
So I'm going to respond to that. It is a extra spicy teriyaki chicken with the teriyaki sauce inside, some veggies, and a little salad. It's quite delicious.
Delicious? It's delicious?
Delicious.
Okay, words are fucking arts for everybody here tonight, and especially the people getting shot with rubber bands in the neck.
Whoa!
That would be you.
All right, there's violence back here now.
Well, you deserved it after that.
Wow, if you would have checked, you would have won the
And
fucking
I'm put up to defend my.
The dealer probably in.
No, you're never. It's not happening.
Sorry. I'm going to try and get the loudest squeal out of Aaron when I attack
The
him.
loudest squeal.
Yeah, I want you to squeal like a little, I don't know.
Little piglet.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well,
So we're just going to wait till you least expect it.
it's right now. She has the rubber band that I just shot her with. All right, I'm just going to take a rubber band to the teeth in any moment. There it is.
Wow,
Oh,
that
you're going to
was so
snap
weak.
it?
Wow, that was so weak. There's no
Well,
way to
it
set that
hurt.
easy.
Let's be
Did it?
fair.
Oh, it left a
But
mark.
you also didn't relinquish control of the rubber
That's
band.
the best
which-
part.
No, that's the worst part, because then I could shoot you in the face again. Jeremy here has the Gordon nuts, King 5 suited. Josh has the Chaz nuts and flops best, but Jeremy does have a redraw, or just a regular draw, not a redraw. It's a
He's got
straight
king
up
high
draw.
with a redraw to the flush.
But both of these players are very deep.
There
Bingo,
it is.
bango. Straight for Josh, flush for Jeremy. I could see this pot going up substantially. Josh going to bet half pot here. His hand is quite vulnerable. Betting half pot here I think is a good size because you let your opponent define their range if they raise. When Jeremy does not raise, oh, you broke it? All right, no more violence.
Oh no, no more violence.
3 of clubs. Okay, so now Josh, in my opinion, has a very clear bet fold. Ooh, and he bets under 1/3. This is not quite 1/4, but just in between 1/4, 1/3. Now you've almost set the price a little bit too low to fold to a raise, but
Are they still doing stream in Dallas?
we'll see.
Or is there, had they, what?
Depends on how big Jeremy makes it. I think Jeremy should go for a big polarizing raise to try to get called by a queen. And then we'll see if Josh actually can do it. Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, yeah, okay. Raise to 1750 and a snap fold. So Josh had already made up his mind. I like it. This is okay. Just the tip here from Josh, Mosquito Josh. Just the tip. From Mosquito Josh. If you're gonna bet the river in a spot where your hand is largely gonna be good, but really far behind certain hands, be ready to fold when you get raised, and don't fucking sit there and tank for 5 minutes and then fold. Have already made up your decision in your mind, in your little, you know, pile of mush.
No one cares about your Hollywooding. Just fold, guys. Just
But no, I don't even mean about the Hollywooding and whatever pretending. I mean,
you should have a decision.
Yeah, we're sure.
that's exactly it. That's the lesson that Josh just showed us, which is he knew what he was doing by betting 500. It was, I'm going to either get called by some sort of weak 2 pair.
Sure.
And love my life,
Right.
or I'm going to get raised and I'm going to snap fold this hand because my queen high straight is not winning this pot when I get raised. And he knew it before he bet the 500. He knew it the second his opponent bet it, and he snap folded it when his opponent did bet it. So that is just the tip with Mosquito Josh. My arm is still stinging from where you freaking snapped me. Look at that mark.
I
You
know.
gave
I
me
left a pretty
welt.
good mark. I'm not gonna lie.
That's pretty good.
And then, oh, the rubber band just happened to break. So now, game over.
Guess what? I learned
win.
long ago with an older sister how to make a rubber band that's broken still snap. Yeah.
You wouldn't
Now
dare.
you're wondering.
You wouldn't dare.
Now you're wondering when it's going to come.
Tried to wait both times.
All right, on to the chat scroll.
She told me she thinks she knows.
Ragnar Overbeat going to buy a couple of Nerf guns for the booth.
Oh, that would be really
Yes,
fun.
except for okay.
We're so close to each other.
Let me
It's not even.
let me just give y'all overly wordy description of the room that we're in. We are in a glorified broom closet that doesn't have enough room for a rack of cleaning products or a vacuum. And I, given a Nerf gun, would be more prone to like blinding you than just like.
Like if Aaron reaches, Aaron's pretty tall. If he like just put his arm, stretch his arm straight, like he could just poke my eyes out right now.
I could either
Without
poke
any-
your eyes out, or I could do what is it in like American Ninja Warrior,
Oh,
where they
climb
just
up
like
the walls,
they,
like yeah.
like
even do
I
that
could
in-
literally do it in here. If I was probably stronger than I am, I could just like frog leap. What is I don't know, where you just like stick your arms out and you
arms and legs, and then
yeah,
climb
and you
up
just
the,
and
yeah.
you climb up because you put to
You want to try it?
contact.
You want to give it a
What is
shot?
it? Spider-Man? No, I don't think it's Spider-Man, but whatever it is, I could do it in here because the walls are so close to each other. I could do it. Caitlin and Big Daddy Chaz, though, are going to play a heads-up flop to a 8-7 deuce flop. Caitlin here, top 2 pair. Big Daddy Chaz actually has a pretty strong hand here, all things considered. Does have the pre-flop betting lead. He's going to bet 100, which is 1/4 pot. And Caitlin goes for the check call. I actually really like this a lot. Give your opponent an opportunity to catch up. The King of Diamonds looks brilliant. It's not actually a good card for Chaz, but I love the fact that she goes for the check call here with the top 2 on the flop. She should check again here. If she hasn't already checked, then yeah, no, she already has. Okay, yeah, I was like, what's going on? And Chaz here, he's going to go for the overbet on the king, and this is poker right here.
I mean, I don't know.
Chaz knows that he has nothing, but that the king can be a very scary card for any 7, any 8, any deuce, any pocket 4s, right? And Caitlin is going to click him. She's going to click him. I mean, I don't think there was any. There's nothing else to be done here. I think the click is wrong. I think the all-in is the play. It's not to say that the hand would have played out any differently, but the click
Thank you, dude.
is equivalent to a jam when your opponent has a hand that can actually call.
Yeah.
So she's going to win the pot, and the hand is just over. But the min click or the jam, if she jams, then like a king or a diamond draw is just going to sort of like eye roll call. And if she min clicks, then
They're gonna eye roll.
They're going to eye roll call the min click, and then when she jams the river and they don't improve, they're just going to fold. So you get those extra chips
Sure. If you just
when you jam.
yeah.
Drop a deuce in the chat if you think that the rubber band to the face that Carolyn just took. Oh man, I
so
thought
good.
You almost you thought you were gonna get it.
I mean, I flinched like it was coming my
Yeah.
way. Aaron also fully thought that he flung it at me.
No, I totally planned that. I don't know what you're talking about.
You still have it?
Well, I hit you with it, but I don't know where it went.
Yeah, it's gone now.
Anyways, I just want to see those deuces in the chat. Y'all are the best. We got 234 likes, which is like 2, 3, 4 on the counter. Pretty cool. You guys are awesome.
We can get to, I mean, we have 35 minutes, right? Let's get to at least 250, maybe 275.
Ragnar Overby, bro, I'm on empty. No deuces left to drop. You know what? Good for you, man. It's gotta feel good.
I'm glad to hear that you're very
No
regular,
extra
though,
weight.
you know? It's good. It's important. All right, here is a hand with 2 mystery hands, pocket sixes, and 6-5 offs.
Both of which have already hit the monk, and now we got Yaya
Mystery
versus
versus
JWin.
mystery.
This was JWin being the original raiser. Yaya, one of the 3 callers, and then Yaya betting the flop from the small blind as a donk lead. JWin can have a lot of hands here, something like Queen Jack. He can have 2 overs. When he checks back the king, though, this is maybe more indicative of something like pocket sevens. Yeah, gonna turn over a pair of eights, and JWin is going to lose. Not a ton of hands here that JWin is gonna get to showdown with that is worse than eights, other than sevens, maybe sixes. I think everything else is better or bets. I don't. That's like sevens or sixes. Yeah.
Somebody folded sixes.
Sevens, then. I don't know what I'm fold.
Well, I mean, it was a bet on the flop and then check the rest of the way down. So, I mean, he could have had a lot of things.
Yeah, but
2 overs,
JWin as the pre-flop
blah, blah,
raiser can definitely go for a check call with a lot of the small pairs. You don't just give up, right? Because as soon as you as the pre-flop raiser
I don't know.
check,
JWin tonight? I don't know. I don't know anything about JWin's playstyle today.
no, I mean, there's some things that don't go by the wayside. He zagged when he could have zigged and whatever in some spots earlier, but they were spots where like your opponent could have the goods and you're just like barking up a bad tree. This was a spot where like you can definitely go for some like very simple just like check calls with inferior pairs to the board.
Sure.
In any case, we got a new hand, and Josh is raising 250 to go. I'm gonna call from DQ here,
Because you made me
and
feel bad
a
for like
blind check
trying to
from
like keep
DQ
you
as
at the
well.
table
So
so
Josh will get to play this one in position, pre-flop raiser,
Heads up.
and
Nobody can
has
leave
the
for 12
nut no
hours.
pair.
Like,
I love a $75 bet there, but he goes for the check back, also fine. Turn 10 of spades, DQ here. Pardon me, gonna lead out, and Josh should call, does call.
Let's talk about Chaz.
300.
I just wanna really.
every hour.
Josh beats a lot of hands. He also can improve. This is not a card that improves his hand. But when DQ checks, then he's just like, wait, do I win with nut no pair?
The 4 of spades did
He
not
does
improve
not,
Josh's hand.
though. That is a deuce 6 suited. For 60.
I
But
thought
I
maybe
think
a 10, but 6
Guess I
makes
should have
sense.
bet.
played fine by both players, honestly. The donk lead, of course, obviously we can always sort of critique because it kind of always defines your hand into some sort of weird middling to weak space. You just almost never like flop a boat in like donk lead, right? Like who does that? All right. I say that. Okay. So I say that,
Now
but
the
there's still,
truth comes out.
I've seen it like 1 out of 20 times, but
And
the
you've-
one time that I did, I
you did it?
absolutely stacked off to the guy because I was like,
Even
"You
worse.
can never have a boat here. You can never have trips here, right?" I didn't give him credit for
You know, and
anything.
here's the thing. I have seen it with trips on a paired board before
God, it's so.
and made the call because I was like, why? Why would you
raised
ever
the
bet
guy.
this?
I raised the
I did
guy.
too. But I ended up winning the hand because I got super lucky.
Yeah,
And
because
river
you're
boat.
different than me. God, I lost all my.
But it
chips.
was like 2 9s on the flop, and I was like, how do you have a 9 here? And why would you bet with a 9 here? And I had pocket kings,
Yeah.
and I called him off, and I rivered a king. It was a beautiful thing.
Okay, Will Lottie, I've gotta put you in your place, buddy. You have 1,300 TCHLive loyalty points,
And he's
and
betting
you're
10 at a time.
wagering 10 at a time.
How are you
Somebody
supposed to
in
run
the
that
chat,
up?
Drop a deuce in the chat if Mr. Will Lottie needs to just loosen the purse strings a little bit. A little bit.
All right, I see 3
little
deuces,
bit.
dropping all the deuces on the board there. And Jeremy getting it out of the way with nothing, playing the board. Chase going to raise him on the river, playing king high. See how he
Bluffing
can
with the
respond.
best hand, probably.
Yep, probably. I think king high was good.
No matter.
Shows king 8.
Although if your opponent ever does
Okay, I had 7.
bet an ace to try to push you up a chop, it's a weird size for that because like another ace just like snap calls and
Yeah.
just chop the pot, so it's a weird size. But you know, I don't hate the raise there with king high in a vacuum. Squirroo Lottie will never bet more than him. And Lottie himself says, I have my hashtag New York Net image to maintain. I mean, you can maintain that image all you want, but like, you have a bunch of points.
Yeah.
Like what happens to your life if you lose 900 of those 1,300 points? You can bet 10 for a year and lose every time and still have points. That's
So
probably
why would he
wrong.
not do that?
My point is,
You're not
that
making a good argument about betting more.
That's what I did that.
Of course I am.
Equally good.
Of course
Why?
I am. It's more fun to bet more and win more than it is to bet a tiny amount and win a tiny amount. Like imagine, like Will won that one. He tripled his money, whatever. I don't know. He got 20 back.
Sure.
He could have wagered 100 and gotten 200. And then he would have the thrill. Imagine the heart pounding adrenaline that Will would have experienced in that moment, and instead he got 20 points. And now he probably wants to drop a deuce, and that's it. And he should feel more emboldened.
Definitely. We need to come.
Dropping a deuce is just what we do.
There's
here on
so
TCH
many people in
Live.
this hand, and we have no idea what's going on.
No, I know what's going on. Chase has
Yeah.
sailboats. JWin has king high. Jeremy
That's
has
accuracy.
the best hand with a pair. And DQ and JWin are also sort of lurking with their gut shot. Like,
And I just did that on the stove on him. I got like I just got
and it's the best hand with a 9.
Nope.
No, it's
Second best.
I lied. Jeremy with the 10 is still best. And pokers are hearts here on TCH Live. Jeremy will finish with best hand if we get to showdown, which I suspect we will because no one has a reason to bet anymore.
Chase, turnover is 4s.
10.
God damn it. And he was in last place.
Get wrecked. Pair 10s.
We were almost there.
Almost.
Sometimes we just kind of go a little bit off the rails here at the end of the night, especially when I see
A few things in life.
Will the Net wagering 10 points.
And wine, right?
He says bankroll management is key to remaining in action.
I
Somebody out
mean,
there.
you're not wrong, Lottie, but
No, he's wrong.
I'm going to just go out and say that, like, I don't know. I'm not inviting you to my private game if all you're doing is betting 10 points a roll. You're no fun. You're not good for the game.
Bankroll management works until you get to a point where you can afford more.
Well, that's
Here's
still
just-
bankroll management.
No. Hold on. Here's just the tip with AA Run. This is the
Here we
real
go.
one because earlier it was with somebody else that did something else. It was it JWin? No. Josh. Oh, it was Josh. Okay, now it's just the tip with AA Run, which is if you are actually playing poker and you're playing poker to sort of make a living or whatever, and you're beating a game. Let's say that you are a low-stakes player, you're playing 1-2, and you're beating the game. Cool. Does that mean that you snap move up to the next level? Does that mean that you just, I move up to 2-5? No. But you're beating the game, some people would say. You're beating 1-2. Why would you not move up? If you're beating 1-2, then you surely can compete at 2-5. If not beat that, then why wouldn't you do so? Well, the reason is because you need to look at your bankroll. You need to understand that variance is part of the game. Beating the game doesn't mean that you literally win every time you play it. It means that in the long run, you will beat that game. We'll come back to that here in a moment as we've got a King Deuce Deuce rainbow flop, 9:30 in the middle, 4 players still with cards. Checks all the way through. Caitlin here with the Ace Queen. Seems like a pretty standard c-bet to me, as I imagine she was the pre-flop aggressor from the hijack. No, chasing yeah in here from early and middle position, so perhaps one of them the aggressor. We are going to see the 3 of hearts on the turn. Yeah puts out a bet of 625 over the top of DQ, who turned a pair of 3s. And yeah, is gonna win the pot.
So anyway, Aaron, you were going on with some long-winded explanation in that it doesn't matter whether or not you're winning at 1-2, you still have to be able to afford to lose at 2-5 in order to move up the stakes.
Exactly. You need to be able to survive at 2-5, right? It doesn't mean you need to be able to afford to lose, because if you're actually a losing player, let's say that you're winning like 3 big blinds per hour or whatever you want to use as your metric at 1-2, and then you move to 2-5 and you're losing 2 big blinds per hour.
Is that? You mean like $6?
Yeah, no, I'm just making an example. Because
I don't
beating
think
a game.
anybody who's making $6 an hour should do.
No, but that's part of my point. Listen, Linda, I have a whole thing. You wanted the long-winded explanation.
No, I was
Let me
kidding.
give
I
it.
was making fun of you, but
Yeah,
okay.
no, I knew that from the beginning. Okay, but let's say you're beating 1-2. Let's say you're beating 1-2 really hard. You're beating it at 20 big blinds per hour, and that's pretty good, right? So you're making 40 bucks an hour at 1-2. You want to move up. All right, cool. How do you decide that you're going to do that? Well, you decide that you're going to do that because you can afford to play at 2-5, where instead of buying it for 300, you're buying it for 1,000. And then not only 1,000, you're matching the stacks sometimes up to 2, 3, 4K. Now, that's substantially different than 1-2. The difference, again, between 2-5 and then 5-10 is going to be substantial again. Can you afford to buy in for 1,000, 2,000, 3,000? And lose, and come back the next day, buy in for the same amount, lose again, come back the next day, buy in for the same amount, lose again? Can you do all of that, continue to pay your bills, feel good about yourself and what's going on in your life?
I mean, just to be fair, I think it's very important to differentiate between moving up in stakes on a daily basis and shot take. Because I think if you want to shot take and you have the extra cash on hand, I think that and you think you can win, I think that's great.
All right, let's take a look at this one as JWin. Gonna play this one super tricky. Calls the 300 pre, gets 3-bet, calls again with Ace King. This is the most trapped Ace King that you will see from JWin pretty much ever. Yeah here. Checks back the flop. Now check 2 once again on this 4 of spades turn. Nothing gets there except for 6-7, and 6-7 bets that flop every day of the week. So nothing has improved. JWin should be going for the check call here all of the time.
Mind-boggling how he does so well, and then
Does.
you realize that he just comes to the right decision.
And should honestly be giving his opponent every opportunity to bluff again on the end. It looks like ace-king is kind of just like whatever ace-high here, but this is actually a very strong hand. Checks it once again, and I mean, ace-king is just a good bluff catcher. Yeah is going to check and probably lose here. He's going to turn over. What is that?
I don't know. Completely
It's hidden behind the graphics. Are they chopping this pot? Oh, they're chopping this pot. This is ace-king versus ace-king.
Ah.
I was going to say,
I
like,
mean,
yeah, with the propensity that he's had for checking back, like, hands that should just be bluffing always,
Right.
was just going to, like, check back all kinds of just missed stuff. But it was ace-king, so they're going to chop it.
yeah, so that check back's perfectly reasonable.
Well, yeah, I mean, there it's sort of, again, the kind of the take poker strategy, turn it inside out and upside down, and then apply that. Like betting 2 streets with ace high, king kicker is like, just get to showdown, man. Like your hand is super good. You're not going to get a better hand to fold. But yeah, does get to the chop down and wins.
I know, right?
Anyways, the whole point of all of that was that you want to be comfortable making a step up, not just because you can compete at that level from a strategy standpoint, but from a bankroll management standpoint, because you can be the best player in the game, and I have seen the best players in the game sit down at a table and get wrecked, absolutely wrecked, because experience is a thing. It's just bad luck is a thing. You just rip it all in with top set, and your opponent calls off with a gut shot because they just want to gamble, and they hit it, and you're toast, and you lose a gigantic pot. And if that is a huge portion of your bankroll, then that's going to fuck you up.
But I mean, I just think the entire
continue.
concept of bankrolls and bankroll management is just such a like a dynamic concept that there's no. I don't think that there's a specific guide for how much money you need to play at what stakes. There's just so many things.
No, that's absolutely true. Okay, we've got a hand really coming in here. Chase
sure.
going to bet 700, which is a pretty standard bet size here. But yeah, though, is then going to raise with the flopped gut shot backdoor diamonds. And this is a spot where you generally will take these sort of bad gut shot draws and use them as raise folds. The fact that yeah isn't just snap folding this and being like shrug, yeah, no, you got the best hand, cool, is, you know, just kind of telling the story of like yeah gets himself into some of these spots where it's like, I just don't know if I ever fold. Like, it doesn't matter that this is like a raise fold slam dunk. It's just sometimes I just call off here. He does make the fold. Was in a really bad spot considering that his pair draws were live. But yeah, well played by Chase. Just pile it in. You know, queen high. He's never going to win at showdown. Just screw him. Flush draw. Backdoors. Fuck him. So much of this game, too, is just finding confidence in your marginal spots. And
I've been trying to
hard.
Really hard.
to learn from you and just make more thin value bets on the river.
Okay.
It's been working out pretty well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So that's good. Got one yesterday that I not only got paid on, but also got like props for. He was like, "Man, that was thin, and it was good." And I was like, "To be fair, I would have called with your hand too." Like, just
That's awesome. You know, I'm happy to do coaching, like one-on-one coaching with people.
Although
you know,
he's
like
refused to coach me, but that's different.
Well, I mean, I don't want to coach my own opponents, but like I'm happy to do that to help individuals, especially people like at the 1-2 level that are looking to just like try to define like what on earth is this game that I want to play that I enjoy. Happy to do that kind of stuff, but also happy to just like come on here, talk about poker, try to impart just a little bit of understanding about these different spots that the viewer and some of the players. I mean, some of these players just don't need me to talk about these hands to understand like what's going on or how to get better, right? I mean, like some of these people are just better than me, and I fully understand that.
Oh, for sure.
And I'm just happy to enjoy this game. And if you get something out of this experience, like coming in here, hanging out with me, and whatever, I mean, that's awesome. That's great. Just don't beat me in any pots. You got
I
it?
can't make any promises.
Which is fine. But I will try to take your money, you try to take mine. 1.2K here.
Order one right now.
Half pot size bet here from Josh. Second pair.
We'll have a
Chaz, I mean, his hand is
Hey,
just a
this is the
fold.
best fucking thing you can do for it right now.
Really?
Oh,
Nope.
dude. Taylor,
You're so
Call.
wrong.
just go to because they're fucking built.
Ah,
So
I
wrong
mean,
all the time. There's no queen on this board. Not sure where that came from.
oh, there's no queen?
No.
Oh, then his hand is probably much better than it looks
What?
like.
It's the burn card, I'm sure.
So that's Jack,
Jack 6-3 on the flop. Don't know
Jack,
what the turn is.
Jack 6-3 5, Jack 6-3. Okay, the 4 is much.
Wow. Yeah.
Pocket
well,
4
now
is
it's open
much
ended. Yeah.
better. Okay, all right. But Josh is still working with top pair with a king kicker. And the second barrel has still got to give Chaz a little bit of pause because, yeah, 4s are okay on a jack high, very low board. And you did just pick up some equity with an up and down straight draw. But it's starting to get into like, how many hands are going to continue bluffing here? I think you're sort of obligated to make one more call here as you do pick up
He's
this
obligated
equity.
because he has 8 gazillion chips.
No. Forget about the chip stack. I mean, that factors in peripherally. But the main thing here should be that Chaz has picked up a straight draw
Right.
and could still be ahead. If his opponent checks the river, 4s are going to win sometime. And if he improves with a deuce or a 7, it's going to be hard for Josh to put him on a straight with one of Josh's value hands, something like an overpair to the board. So in those respects, there is still a lot of value to be had when you make your hand if you are behind. There we do indeed see the flop and the turn. Off to a river we go. Pot goes up to 8.8K, and it is a 7, and Chaz is going to drill the straight
The 7
here.
of spades. Oh, yeah, it's the 7 of spades. The 5 is the 5 of spades. So the spade flush actually comes in.
Wait, Josh has a spade flush?
I swear I don't think I can do it.
Wait,
That's a 7 of spades, 5 of spades, 6 of spades.
The hours that I allocated to it ends up being like $80.
oh my God.
If you don't include it.
So
Yeah, so
Chaz
Chaz
makes a
gets there.
straight, and Josh makes a
Yeah.
king high flush. Oh my God. Okay, this is upside down because now when Josh,
There it is. It's been corrected.
yeah, no, I see it now. But Josh is first to act, and he's going to check it over, and Chaz is going to go for value. And this is upside down in so many ways because Josh should be betting this hand for value.
Because like Bones made a good point. He's like, I can't do the bet.
Maybe not this exact hand because he controls the jack of spades, but almost all of the backdoor spade draws.
All in and
Yeah, and
all.
Chaz snaps
Yeah.
it. He snaps it, and he realizes that this is just the absolute worst run out for his hand that could have possibly existed.
Oh, there's a straight flush flick.
I mean, to be fair, he was behind the whole way. So.
All right,
But it's the only run out where he pays Josh.
No, that run out is
So what is this?
just silly.
And now Josh sitting on 31K.
Yeah, that was astronomical. That
Josh, who is in for, what, 5 tops?
something to that
is
tune.
now a massive chip leader at 31K. He has won a handful of just
Yeah, that's a pillow that's like
Yeah.
so.
No, not much to be done there though. So we do apologize for having the card read error. Did have that queen sort of in there on the flop in terms of the graphics, but you all can see what was actually out there. And just kind of a hand that really played itself because Josh is just betting for value the whole way. The pocket fours are just bluff catching the whole way. And then literally the 7 of spades is the one card in the deck that can peel off to where all of the chips go in and both players are just like, yeah, this is where I want to be.
Yeah.
The additional aspect of that is that the 7 of spades on the river and Josh checks.
Oh my God, I
Like,
know.
this is the one scenario where all of the chips can go in. Because if Josh value bets the end,
Chaz just calls.
Chaz, for a lot of bet sizes, is just going to call. Now, if Josh puts out like this really weird like blocker, like 1/6 pot size bet or lower, Chaz could put him all in for value. But to check that river is just like bananas, right? I mean, like, you have a jack already, so I guess you block some of your opponent's checkbacks, and now you're giving him a chance to. Well, it's kind of just like a confluence of just like, how did we get here? But it was perfect for Josh.
I want to say Josh planned that entirely, and it was just brilliant. He knew exactly what Chaz was looking for. He's like, nah, I think he has a 4, man. He has a 4.
And now I'm going to check it to him. He's going to hit me with it.
And he's going to be like, bam, got there, all in.
Snappy.
Deserves a Benjamin.
Yeah, certainly could have been. And the fact of the matter is that Josh is stacking heaps and heaps of chips.
Man.
We thought that Chaz on 30K earlier was like, wow. Like,
But
holy
Chaz
crap.
was in for 10, so that's a triple up for Chaz.
Yeah.
And Josh was in for 5 top. I don't even know that he's in for that.
Yeah, what we need is
Cumulative winning.
Yeah, we need the cumulative winning. I just
You
gotta.
say that all the time, Kristen, and I'm not gonna lie, I literally never see it, so I don't know. I don't know.
I just got a text message from Sai that he hit the 9-3 of hearts.
I'm sure you're glad you're not at the table.
What I am is pissed that I wasn't there to fuck up the hand so that he didn't get it.
No, you just would have had to pay him. Let's be honest here.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there's an empty seat.
No, he would have got it.
No, you're right. I would have just paid him
yeah.
more money. You're right. Josh here going to make the call of 200. As we do have a $20, $50, $100, and $200 straddle out there. Bones will make the call as well. DQ will check his option 3 ways to a flop. Once again, $200 straddle. So a bunch of dead money out there and people playing a little bit sort of cautiously here. Josh on $31,000 is facing a bet of 550 in position with 2 overs and a heart flush draw. Never folding here. And I don't think a raise is really in order. I think the call is standard fare.
Which is exactly what he will do.
Bones has already folded as he is getting a fantastic neck massage from Victoria of Texas Royal Touch. Licensed massage therapist in here on a daily basis. TCH.
Hey, I'm not doing any better.
Get yourself a tuna.
You know what? Let's just
Keep yourself nice, loose, and limber.
Malibu it together.
Bet of 1,200 here on the turned ace of spades.
You can Malibu with us.
Once again, one of those spots where betting a hand that doesn't benefit
Chaz
a
is
lot.
getting into that Malibu now.
Yeah.
After that last hand, he's like, all right, let's go.
Yeah, I need some of this. Yeah. You can tell that thing's full, too, by the way that he lifted it. There's a lot of Malibu in there. It appears to me that this is just the bet and fold. DQ, foot on the gas.
Yeah, I think Josh is probably just like, nah, I just got this. Nope.
Oh,
I don't know what happened.
It was a bet at 1,200, which is a chunky bet, obviously. It's a 2x pot, so king 10 hearts just folds. I mean, that's fine. But betting 10-5 there is just kind of wild as well. DQ, just showing us how it's done, though.
All right, we have 7 minutes. I said to get to 250 likes before the end, and we have 249. So, like, great job, guys.
And you beat me again in that last gamble, so
Sure
you get to
did.
decide who goes first.
Thank you, because you will get,
I think this time you will go first.
All right, let's do this thing. Squirroo, taking my gamble.
Perfect. What do you get?
I'm definitely, I mean,
Get my one there, Squirroo.
you know, I'm kind of rooting. I am kind of rooting for you. I mean, I do want to see you. I am rooting for you, but
Roger
maybe I
Garrison,
do
checking
Oh,
his
we went
pounds.
too early. Oh,
Ah.
no, 13. Yeah. Let's
It
see.
didn't
I can
even
definitely
register
prove
Squiroo's gamble.
that. You probably gambled too early.
Oh
No, I
no,
just
you
want
only have to
some
beat a
type
13. I've run so bad
I just
tonight.
want to see.
I'm just, the 20's already
I
yours,
just
let's
saw
be
too much
honest.
pleasure.
Oh, Ragnar squeaked in. He's gonna scoop you. Don't, if Ragnar, if you scooped a freaking 10 or something, 14?
14, he still would have won.
Oh, it didn't matter. Oh my God, though. That could have been you though, pipping me by 1.
That would have been way better than winning with a 42.
Roger Garrison
Rolled
got
a
in there with a
13
13
also.
too. Oh, we could have tied. I would have given you a 20. You would have given me a 20. No one would have eaten Taco Bell.
I mean,
Yeah.
no one's going to eat Taco Bell either way. So.
That was the whole point, man. It was funny. You already ate all your chicken off your.
It was really good.
Your keyboard is covered in teriyaki
It's a
sauce.
little, it's a little
DQ
slimy
here
now.
with a couple of ladies chase on a couple of deuces. Raised to 400 from Chase. DQ should be going for 3 bets. Does
16,
put
I
it
think.
in. That's what she said. It's going to be a 3-bet to 1,600.
Not accurate.
Chase not one to shy away from a confrontation with a pocket pair.
It's a jack high board. The read isn't correct.
1,200 to call. This is a large raise, so not very comfortable to play this one, even in position with a hand as weak as deuces. If you hit a set, great. If you don't, you're always like, ugh, what happened? I mean, an 8 high board, you feel okay with deuces in a 3-bet pot? Sure. 9 high board, yeah, probably. 10 high board starts to get a little different. Yeah, you start folding the deuces now just to avoid these scenarios. later on in the line.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't just call there.
I mean, I am too. I'm too.
Shall we call you DQ today?
Get that guy Chaz back in the car.
254 likes on the counter. Just about 400 of you fine folks hanging out with us here tonight. Thank you all for joining us, as we do have just a few more hands here in the broadcast.
Yeah, just a couple things before we sign off. Just as a reminder, tomorrow in Dallas is the hearing regarding the future of TCH Dallas.
As well as the rest of poker in Dallas. let's be
Yes,
honest.
yeah,
It's not
for
just
sure.
a referendum, sort of, so to speak, on TCH Dallas as much as all of poker up there. But let's be also honest about the fact that Texas Card House, in particular in Dallas, has been the forefront leader as far as bringing poker to the people in Dallas and in the state of Texas, and is leading the charge from the legal standpoint. As
Well,
far
and they have
as-
just gone through every legitimate channel that they could even, like, that was out there to
They
make
were
sure that
granted
they were
the
doing
license
all
to
of the
operate.
right things.
and then it was revoked. They were
And
granted the
so
license.
the city gave them their blessing and
Yeah.
then took it back. And so I think it's important to just point out to anybody who is not clear on where they stand on this that, like, this has done really good things for the community. It's employed a lot of good people with good jobs and taken a lot of home games and underground games that were
Biggest spot I've won.
more dangerous out of,
Heads up, though.
you know, out of the atmosphere. And, you know, you want to know what's going on? You just go to TCH Dallas, you watch and see it right in front of you. Everything's legit. It's above board.
Out in the open, security, and just, let's be honest, during the pandemic, like, we need more reasons to get together, enjoy each other's company, and not be afraid of one another. Like, we're in the middle of something that has just sort of polarized people and put a lot of people in the position of, like, I don't know if I should be going out, and I don't know what's going on out there, right? Just like there's a lot of fear going on out there. You come in, you sit down at a table, you play a game with other folks from all different sides of the world that look different than you, that speak different than you, but you can all play the same game, hang out, have a good time together. I mean, that's what we need right now, something that brings us all together, that doesn't divide us. It's the game of poker.
I'll check dark.
So anyways, if you are in the Dallas area and you feel compelled to come out in support of poker in the city of Dallas
Hitting or not.
and TCH Dallas, the hearing is at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, gonna win that with a pair of sevens. Chase in there with straight and flush draws. Doesn't hit any of it. Also had pair draws
Antonio just
and didn't get any of it. Yeah, wins with the pair of seven. We are down to what may be the last hand.
This one and one more, I believe.
This one and one more. Okay. 5, 10, 25,
Correct?
and 50. JWin will be first to act here, if I'm not mistaken.
Gotta grind your bankroll back up.
Back to the tournaments.
Josh, that was a good hand, brother.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you played it well. I honestly did not.
This is like a check.
I really did not see you on that, and my read was probably close to Chaz's read.
Taking a look here at the hands in play. When we get them scanned in, a couple of limps here. Caitlin going to raise the button, 8-7 offsuit. Perhaps aware that this is one of the last hands of the night, because we do tend to see some sort of frisky play come out here. And Caitlin generally not one to get a little bit too far out of line. 8-7 off is straying into that lane. Is going to get called in a couple of spots here. DQ, now Chase, and I can't imagine going to fold any two cards after limping the 50. And indeed, we will complete to go 4 ways to a flop. 1K in the middle, 1K plus, I should say.
But you know the guy never bluffs.
Caitlin, the pre-flop
Because he actually thought he
aggressor
had it.
on the button, 8-7 off. She's going to flop bottom pair
He
with
actually
a
thought he had
bad
it, so
gut
it's not a
shot.
bluff.
Yeah, I know.
And DQ flops the bottom end of the joint.
Yeah, no, I was hoping
Yeah.
he would bet.
Bad time to sort of donk lead, generally speaking.
That's the thing about those.
I don't know
backdoors.
how we're down to 3 players here. I swear we had 4 just a moment ago.
He just has a pair, maybe 2 pairs.
Did yeah fold it somehow? Oh, did
Yeah, I
he just
guess.
like open
There's no
fold?
set.
No idea.
He went running
I'm
over
a
into
little bit
straight.
confused because I swear yeah called and now
Four
doesn't
filled
have
with a straight. He
cards.
only had a pair of
And
fours the whole time. I flopped top pair. I was ahead
Chase
every single
bet
street.
500.
Oh, there must be chips somewhere in this.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
Have
the
the
act,
graphic.
okay, so the action tracking, the graphics were a little bit off. Chase bet 500 there from the. I mean, I guess it checked to him. Everyone checked to him. He bet. Okay, we've just got it now caught up. So, yeah, folds back over to DQ, who goes for the check raise to 2,000. I like this actually. I mean, you have just the nutter butters almost all the time, and don't block any of the pairs, 2 pairs, or sets. This is the brilliant thing about flopping a straight on a board like this, is that your opponent can have so many strong hands that are going to be willing to commit chips that if you do what sort of a lot of people sort of think is the natural thing to like slow play it, oh, I flopped the nuts or whatever, like slow play it. No, like these are the times where you go for the check raise because you don't block anything. They have all of the stuff. They're not going to fold to you. A lot of the time. DQ over here is already telling his opponent, like, well, you want to play for all of it. We could do it. That's a little bit, maybe.
I've got a jack.
Yeah, you're so far behind, it's not even funny.
Yeah, he's going to get a fold out of Chase here. Did DQ not want to call?
I don't know.
He's going to snap turn it over and show that he had the second nuts. And I don't know. I mean, I feel like in terms of getting paid the max there, you kind of just like go into a shell and pretend like you're bluffing with something like 10-8 or whatever. I'm not sure, but you can also just, you know, start chatting up your opponent, see if you can sort of convince them of the other side of the equation, which is like, I'm totally full of shit, and you should rip it all in, because then I'll fold. But not the case.
All right, this is going to be the last hand.
Final hand of the evening here, TCHLive Monday edition of 510.
Thank you
No
for
limit
joining us,
Texas Hold'em.
everybody.
Yep. 9:45.
4 hours.
There will be a cumulative winnings graphic at the end of this, so if you're curious as to where everybody's at, don't go anywhere until this hand is over.
Ryan. 5:45.
Can you grab me a regular stream starts airing at 6
And a
and
cut
there's
card?
a delay.
150.
Looks like we have a $50 straddle. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Here in the hijack, going to raise to 150. Big Daddy Chaz on the button is going to come in for the light 3-bet, 8-7 offsuit. Everyone else out of the way. Back over to who will not fold any 2 cards if you told him that they just had, you know, crayons written on them, and will make the call. Checks it over.
Well, and these two have history. They know each other. They play together often, so this could get fun.
Yeah, that much is definitely clear. So, dark
I see an
check.
ace. I also see a 4 maybe? No, jack. Why do they have 4? Wow.
What's the jack for?
Come on.
Bet a 500 here from Chaz with bottom pair. Yeah, is going to go for the dark check call. Chaz here hoping to just sort of take it down with no resistance, but that's not the case. Another dark check, 3 of clubs here on the end. I think this is the spot to check back as Chaz. Your hand doesn't benefit a lot from building the pot further, aside from exactly 9-10 and diamond draws, both of which have a ton of equity against you, and if they brick, might bluff the river and you could just call in position. It's another jack, great card for Chaz.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now if bets at all, Chaz should call, and if checks, Chaz should mostly check, and he does. King high, no good. Pair of 8s. We'll get the job done. I thought that he announced
No, he said he
king
had
high.
9-10 actually.
9-10. Okay, there it is. I was trying to read lips there.
I know why. I'm not gonna say it.
And yeah, 9-10 exactly.
I'm not gonna bluff against him.
Oh, we
Had a ton
saw
of
it, and
equity.
it was just so short-lived. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it.
He will call.
But you know, like I'm always.
Cumulative.
If I would have to go in all in, I would have to go like completely all in.
Well,
All right, guys, if you want to see it, just go back 10 seconds and pause, because I don't think we're going to get it back up here. But thank you guys so much for joining us.
oh, there it is.
Oh, we did come back up. Yay,
Josh.
Josh on 28.3.
That's why
That's a big
Yeah,
win.
down at the bottom, minus 15.
There's a reason why I get max value.
DQ took a hit, Caitlin as well. Big Daddy Chaz in the hole about 4K after being up a very large amount, but all of those chips shifting over the way of Josh. Jeremy won a few good pots earlier, and then we haven't really seen a whole lot from him.
Sat tight, didn't give it all back. So
Yeah.
It's like
So, yeah, fantastic show here tonight. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, hit that like button. Do make sure you are subscribed to the channel. And be sure to tune in this Thursday for a 2-5 match, the stack here on TCHLive.
Yeah, we might both
out
be
of
playing. We'll
Austin.
see what happens.
We're going to go talk to Chase/Seth, the other actual person. I don't know. I'm looking at the screen and saw Chase. Seth, we're going to talk to Seth. We're going to try to get our names on the list. And hopefully we'll be on the belt on Thursday. We look forward to seeing you all then. Take care. Be good. We'll see you soon. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
It's a lot easier because you're right. It's a lot easier for sure.